Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1525 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news, especially out of Russia and Ukraine, but also some news out of Iran as well. We have heard that Vladimir Putin is preparing for a full military mobilization in Russia, and nobody's really sure who he's actually going to use those forces against. We're also hearing that Russia is now evacuating a major port city as fires are ravaging the Tuapse oil facility. And no joke, that facility looks like the apocalypse right now, and it's on the level of Chernobyl almost with how bad it's getting. We're also seeing that Israel's warning of imminent Iran attacks, and we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours, actually 48 hours, of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments around every corner of the globe, particularly today from Eastern Europe and the ongoing war in Ukraine, including the Middle East, the area of East Asia, Central Asia, with a small update on the ongoing Pakistani-Taliban war. We've also been able to hear an update on the Mali uprising currently being conducted within the country, and we've also been able to get some additional developments out of the United States of America today as well. We have been able to see that there has been massive developments in every corner of the globe, but today's developments are generally being triumphed inside of Eastern Europe as far as major breaking news. We have been able to hear that according to Ukrainian intelligence provided by the President of Ukraine's office of President Volodymyr Zelensky, he has stated that the Russian Federation is currently working in the background on preparing for a full mobilization of the Russian Federation's population and industries, according to the Ukrainian SBU and also other forces of the Ukrainian Internal Intelligence Services, which have started to get indications that pre-preparation for this announcement is already underway, and could be seeing that a significant amount of Russian manpower is added to the Russian Armed Forces, and not only that, we may see that the remainder of the Russian industries that have survived at this point up until this point will start to convert into wartime production if they have not already. ready. Additionally, we have also heard simultaneously that the Romanians have summoned the Russian ambassador to the Republic of Romania to Bucharest today to be able to explain the Russian drone which landed and nearly exploded in the major city of Galati along the area of the Danube River just several days ago on Saturday. The Russian ambassador stated to the Romanian government, and I quote, that with the Romanian government being a belligerent in the conflict against the Russian Federation, they should assume that such actions will become commonplace. Meaning that the Russian Federation has announced today in common language that they do consider the state of Romania to be in an active state of war with the Russian Federation, and they also are stating that the Romanians are actively involved in the conflict and as a result are a key target to be hit in the future by further Russian attacks, meaning that there has been no apology and no clarification. The Russians truly did intend to hit the city of Galati and may start to hit Romanian cities at large. This is a NATO state provided NATO protections under Article 5 of the NATO Charter, and this is once again showing that the Russian Federation is much more significantly at this point in rhetoric and actions moving to open conflict with the NATO alliance. We have also been able to hear as well that the Port of Tuapse is turned into a straight-up apocalypse. At this moment, a major billow of smoke coming from the area of the burning refinery is currently stretching all the way across the southern end of the Russian Federation to the city of Astrakhan at the mouth of the Volga River, over 400 kilometers or over 300 miles away. We understand that at the moment the situation is so bad that the Russian Federation has finally declared an emergency over the situation and is preparing to conduct a Chernobyl-like evacuation of the city due to the toxic smoke and fire that's now starting to envelop the larger part of the central area of the city. The Russian Federation has also seen that the smoke was visible from one of the tallest mountains inside of the Caucasus mountain range over 170 miles away, and looked as though it was only several miles away just from the sheer size and scale of the ongoing fires and smoke. We've also seen that the Ukrainian Armed Forces conducted a wildly successful drone attack on the Russian Federation's Iskander missile storage site just 40 kilometers outside of the major Crimean city of Simferopol, once again causing major losses to the Russian rocket forces and their ability to be able to keep up sustained rates of fire against Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian civilians, and Ukrainian wartime industry inside the state of Ukraine. Moving us on out of those developments, we have also been able to hear in major news within the area of the Middle East that the United States of America is continuing its blockade against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Iranians are also continuing their own blockade inside the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen that the Iranians are still working off of their maximalist framework against the United States and are still demanding ultimate concessions or major concessions to be able to see that the United States is able to reopen the Hormuz, and even then the reopening would be on Iran's conditional terms. We have also been able to hear that additionally the United States of America is considering a resumption of possible armed actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we've also then been able to hear that the president is also considering just sitting back and letting the blockade take place for weeks or months at this point. The pressure is starting to mount, however, against OPEC nations and the Islamic Republic of Iran itself, as it is believed that Iran may only have 2 to 3 more weeks before all of their oil storages in the country are filled up, and for that reason they would have to start closing oil heads throughout the entirety of the country to be able to see that they are not overexerting their capacity or pumping oil out into the open ground where there is no place to store it. In the meantime, on the other side of the Persian Gulf, the United Arab Emirates, in a historic move as the third largest member of OPEC and OPEC Plus, has announced today that they are officially withdrawing from OPEC within the next several days. This is a major blow to a historic and prominent oil cartel that has existed throughout the Middle East and the surrounding regions, which has been able to control the flow of oil and its prices to ensure that economically these countries will remain on the by and large straight and narrow, at least economically. With the departure of the United Arab Emirates from OPEC and OPEC Plus, it is believed that this may be a lack of confidence that is so significant it may lead to other OPEC members within the region possibly leaving the cartel and creating their own independent contracts and arrangements nation to nation instead of operating off of the larger framework of the OPEC oil cartel. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear that there has been other major developments within the area, as the Yemeni Houthis do appear to be preparing their own toll booth, much like the Iranians, within the area of the Bab el-Mandeb, the strait that leads to the area of the Suez Canal. We have also seen that major conflict is still continuing between the Israelis and Hezbollah today, and the Ukrainians have also brought up significant concern about a second grain vessel that has arrived from the Russian Federation and from the Ukrainian occupied territories carrying illegal sanctioned grains that have been stolen from Ukrainian occupied lands and are now now being unloaded inside the state of Israel. The Ukrainians have brought up significant concerns about this today. This is the second ship of its type, and are stating that the Israelis appear to not really care that much about interest, at least pertaining against the Russian Federation and in support of the Western world. Meanwhile, the Israeli government has also been stating that the Iranians are about to pay a heavy price and are continuing their significant warlike rhetoric, once again hoping for a return to the conflict against the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the midst of the oil shortages, the People's Republic of China is also attempting to look to supply jet fuel to a larger area of Asia in an attempt to be able to grow their soft power and influence, and possibly show in messaging through this provision of jet fuel to these nations that China is a more reliable and steady partner to them than the United States of America or any other external powers may be. We've also seen some updates from the Taliban-Pakistani war, and also the ongoing rebellion inside of Mali, as it does appear that rebel forces are now sieging the city of Bamako, the capital of Mali, over the course of this day. We have also been able to hear of other major developments throughout the entirety of the world, but we're going to save the rest of those for the rest of the news, because we are going to be making sure to get through all of these stories and all of the ones that we didn't cover, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And we have absolutely...
And also, before we move on any further, I do want to say that right now we're not getting any breaking news right now at this very moment, but I am seeing some more corroboration of the idea in the report that apparently U.S. officials are saying that the conflict with Iran is unlikely to end with a nuclear deal, and a resumption of the war is unlikely. That's what they're saying right now in these reports. And apparently the U.S. is comfortable with an indefinite blockade. So, and the enforcer mentioned that a minute ago, but I'm seeing more corroboration of that right now. So it appears to be the case that they're saying the war's not going to restart and they're going to simply keep the Strait of Hormuz blockaded, which is interesting to say the least, because before we had all agreed that the Strait of Hormuz would need to be reopened, or otherwise it would have catastrophic effects on the global economy. So that's pretty serious right there. If that report turns out to be accurate, this could be the very beginning of something much larger, perhaps, if that war does not restart. But right now, that is the news.
And of course, with that in mind, we are now going to be moving on into all of the major news that we have over the past 48 hours, starting from our largest stories first and moving our way on down into the smaller ones throughout the night. Moving us on and immediately into the Russian Federation, we have been able to hear that according to the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian Armed Forces and the Ukrainian intelligence apparatus have been able to find out that the Russian Federation is planning to announce a full mobilization throughout the country. According to Zelensky, he stated that they have the documents directly from the Russian General Staff, which are already showing that they are in the pre-preparations for such a general mobilization to be declared. We understand that at the moment, the Russian Federation is economically and militarily strained beyond belief. We have been able to see that over the past few years, since the Ukrainian Armed Forces have been able to cause unbelievable damage to Russian oil loading ports and Russian oil infrastructure throughout the country, the mainstay of the Russian economics, or the Russian economy's money-making abilities, the Russian Federation has started to see a significant degradation of its economic prowess, which hardly existed before the war, and has almost entered non-existence at this point right now. Significant layoffs have been conducted throughout the entirety of the country, and work days for most companies have now been relegated to 4-day and 3-day work weeks to ensure that they are not able to continue any form of massive hemorrhages of funds and capital that the Russian Federation no longer has. It was about a week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago that we then heard that the Russian Federation's economic experts were announcing that Russia's reserve funds throughout the country had been completely depleted, and if the situation did not change, we were going to be seeing that the Russian Federation would implode probably within the course of this year economically, and would no longer be able to finance even the most minimal or necessary actions that the Russian government would deem fit, including the continuation of the war in Ukraine. We're now hearing that as a result of all of this, including their dire situation on the front lines in Ukraine, where tens of thousands of Russian soldiers die on the field every month, and yet they hardly gain a single square mile of ground. In fact, they're actually losing it month over month at this point. The Russian Federation appears to be quite desperate and in an absolutely irreparable position, at least as far as foreign policy and grander strategy is concerned, within Ukraine and within the greater area of the rest of Eastern Europe. For this reason, the Russian Federation, according to the Ukrainian government, is now preparing for a mass mobilization to be able to try and squeeze that last little bit of effort out of the proverbial Go-Gurt tube that's almost run out, which is the Russian Federation at this point, to be able to try and get that extra little bit of juice and that extra little bit of manpower out of the Russian Federation before they completely fold. We do understand that this would require the Russian Federation to announce that they will be conducting almost continuous annual conscriptions of infantry and soldiers whenever they required, and this may also see that the reservists are mobilized en masse to be able to be sent to some fronts, including the front in Ukraine, and possibly into the Leningrad military oblast, which includes the Kaliningrad oblast as well, to be able to prepare for a larger conflict with NATO. We have also been able to hear of a concerning development that came out today, or a concerning statement that was made by the Russian government today to the Republic of Romania, which appears to be giving us an idea as to who in the world may be the target of this mobilization that is now coming down the pipe. The Romanians have summoned the Russian ambassador just today to be able to explain the situation that happened on Saturday that we covered on air. To recap the situation that the Russian ambassador was called forth on in Romania, a Russian drone flew over the Danube River on Saturday over the port of Renai and several miles into Romania, landing within the populated area of the city of Galati, a major city within the Republic of Romania and a major one for this region along the area of the Danube River Delta. The Romanians had to send in EOD teams to be able to disarm the drone, and the Romanians have not clarified at this moment, according to our analysis, whether or not the drone had an active explosive on board. We believe that it may have been a decoy drone, or it may have been an armed Garan 2 or Shahed 136 drone that the Russian Federation was attempting to use to hit the port of Renai. Nevertheless, the Romanians did summon the Russian ambassador over this incident today in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, to be able to see the Russians explain the situation and hopefully hear some reassurances from the Russian Federation that would not be causing significant concern by the Romanian government that this was a deliberate attempt at armed action against the Republic of Romania. The Russian ambassador did not dissuade any fears today, and in fact only stoked them, as after the ambassador was summoned to Bucharest and asked why this happened, he stated the following: Romania is de facto a party to the conflict and must be aware of the possible consequences of its actions.
That's pretty blatant right there, actually. That's very blatant. And also, by the way, to my knowledge, the drone that went into Romania, at least one of them was armed with a warhead. That was according to the reports I had read, and that was the one that apparently landed close to the populated area inside of Romania. So very dangerous to say the least. And like we've also reported several times in the past, this has happened over the course, I would say probably about a year or so. It's happened multiple times over. And this is simply the most recent time that it's happened. So the fact that Russia's not coming out and saying it's an accident, and now they're coming out and their ambassador is making statements like this, saying that Romania is a de facto party in the war, I mean, that literally confirms pretty much everybody's worst fears that Russia is very, very, very likely doing this on purpose, either trying to test the NATO response, trying to test the air defense situation inside of Romania, or something like that. So, I mean, that's highly concerning.
It is incredibly concerning because this is almost akin, well, this is actually akin to a direct statement that the Russian Federation is in a state of war with the Republic of Romania. The Russians stating from their position that Romania is a de facto party to the conflict is stating that Romania is in an active war with the Russian Federation, or that Russia considers itself to be in an active war with the Republic of Romania. Either way, that is incredibly concerning because Romania is a NATO ally. And to quickly show y'all this, let me show y'all here the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's current members, which are right here. You can actually see that down here, when we get into that area of the Balkans, or more so southeastern Europe, Romania is clearly a NATO member. Meaning that right now, as of today, the Russian ambassador has made it clear that the Russians' position is that the Republic of Romania, a NATO member, is an active belligerent in the Russian Federation's conflict against Ukraine, and they consider them to be a viable military target from this point onwards, meaning that we might see deliberate drone attacks in the future. And it also appears that this drone that landed near or inside of Galati that may have been armed may have been the first deliberate attack against the Republic of Romania, if we're now working off of that framework that Russia is actively at war with the Republic of Romania, according to the statements from their own ambassadors summoned to Bucharest today. This is starting to put the larger story that Zelensky and the Ukrainian intelligence forces put out today, that the Russians are preparing for a mass mobilization, into a totally new framework. Because it doesn't really appear at this point that this is just against the state of Ukraine and that they're attempting to try and get that last little bit of juice to get over the top and just beat the Ukrainians. This might be putting a mass mobilization into an entirely different ballpark altogether. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Zelensky said, and also apparently Ukrainian intelligence is confirming that Putin is apparently planning to announce a major mobilization in the very near future, and apparently it's going to be much larger than we've seen before. So that's concerning to say the least. And the Ukrainians are alleging that they've seen documents or somehow got their hands on secret documents from the Russians showing that they plan to do this. So who's going to be the target? That's the question, because it's apparently going to be larger than usual. And while it is normal for Russia to start new mobilizations to basically start new offensives inside of the Ukrainian front lines, it's not normal to make it this large that we're expecting. So who do you think is going to be the target? 45% said the Baltics, meaning NATO, is likely the target of this mobilization, while 40% said Ukraine is probably the target, as we're expecting, and 9% said it probably won't happen in the first place, and the intelligence is probably incorrect. And I would say, at this point, we really can't rule anything out, because the statements today toward Romania, which is a NATO country, that apparently they're de facto members and part of the war, I mean, that's about as blatant as it gets outside of declaring war. So this mobilization could be for some type of offensive against the Baltics, or perhaps even maybe Romania. I wouldn't rule anything out at this point. So if the Russians are hoping to start something bigger, this would be a first step to do so, would be a major mobilization. So I'm going to be with the 6% that said undecided and unsure, because at this point, I'm not really sure if Ukraine is the target. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I'm with the 44%. It is clearly NATO that's going to be the target of a future mobilization, as this appears to be falling into the wild card concept that we've been talking about on the channel, that the Russian Federation might try and instigate or start a larger war with NATO off of a defensive justification to be able to try and cause some significant concessions, which will see that the Russian Federation's central government's position is turned around or stabilized due to significant concessions that may be given by NATO to try and avoid a larger nuclear conflict coming out of a major conventional ground war that would embroil the entirety of the face of Eastern Europe. This sort of an action against Romania today, and the rhetoric, is obviously attempting to provoke some larger NATO response at this point, and also frame the entire situation as a defensive action by the Russian Federation by making it sound that Romania has been an active belligerent in aggression against the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation is only merely responding to these acts of aggression by conducting these attacks like the one in Galati. I also want to make it clear to many people, because I have seen some folks saying that belligerent does not mean that someone is actively in a war, and that's a complete exaggeration to say that the Russian Federation's ambassador stated that Romania was at war. Well, to tell y'all here really quickly, an adjective, well, the adjective belligerent, describes a person or nation that is aggressive or engaged in war. And that comes from the Oxford Dictionary that I'm reading here off of the side of the screen. So it is quite obviously meaning that someone is involved in a war. That's in fact the very same wordage that we use when we get technical here on the channel to explain who is involved in what side of a war. The United States is a belligerent in the Middle East war against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and other Iranian-aligned proxies are all active belligerents against the United States, Israel, and Western-aligned nations in the Middle East and the Middle Eastern War. That sort of terminology has been used here on this channel for years on end, because that is the technical definition of what a belligerent in a conflict is. Stating by the Russians that Romania is a belligerent in the current conflict is by no means not saying anything other then Romania is actively involved in the war against Russia, and Russia now considers themselves to be in a state of war against Romania. That's exactly what that says. It's clear as crystal, and there's really no way to extrapolate or interpret that any other way using the direct definitions of those words in common English. So I would say that that's clearly showing that the Russian Federation is trying to build, like they have been for some months, a direct framework in a defensive justification to be able to go to war with NATO. Because everyone, by the way, folks, always uses when they're about about to go to war with someone, some form of a defensive justification, so that way it doesn't sound like an overt war of aggression. Russia is never going to explain to the public in Russia and to the rest of the world that they're invading NATO because F them. Like, they're never going to say that. They're always going to say something along the lines of they're persecuting Russians, or they're trying to destroy Russia from within, or A, B, C, and D, so that way they can make it sound like it's justified to go to war. Funnily enough, a lot of people don't know this, but back in 1939, when the Nazi Germans invaded Poland, Adolf Hitler actually made a speech to the German public addressing the war and largely claiming that it was actually a defensive war in defense of the German peoples who were being persecuted by the Polish government within the eastern former German lands, instead of it actually being an offensive war to be able to take over their territory and then further expand the German, more so the German Reichsland further east on the Lebensraum concept laid out by some of his prior works and writings that he had largely used to create the Nazi ideology in Germany. There's never been in the modern day someone who just openly comes out and makes some sort of overt, aggressive statement of a war of expansion. It's always framed in a defensive way. And with the Russians now declaring a mass mobilization, it may be that they have decided that no matter how much effort they put towards the war in Ukraine, it's always going to end in a stalemate and an eventual Russian defeat due to the significant financial pressure they find themselves under. So either they try and create a situation to where they either come out very much on top, or they come out completely destroyed, because otherwise the Russian central government, led by Putin, is going to be destroyed either way. And their only chance now is to try and create a larger war with NATO to be able to see that they might be able to get some significant diplomatic concessions, at least at this point. So I'd have to be well within the 44%. We've also gotten a really clear picture of how bad off the Russians are materially. Many people have said throughout the years, and some people, although they're very small in group now than they were years ago, have stated that the Russian Federation actually has plenty of military equipment and could keep this war going for years. And all of the Ukrainian casualty reports of how many Russian vehicles and soldiers have been wounded and killed on the front is woefully absurd. I mean, the Russians losing thousands of tanks and tens of thousands of armored personnel carriers is an absurdity, a fantasy. The Russian army's better than that, and there's no way in hell that they could be running out of equipment that badly. This is just insane. Well, it turns out that it's not. The Russian Federation's government has come out today and has stated the following. The May 9th parade, which is the Victory Day parade, will feature no military vehicles for the first time in its history since 1946. The Defense Ministry blamed the current operational situation for this change in the parade's scheduling.
Oh my goodness, that's embarrassing as hell. How can you have a military parade without military vehicles? I mean, at this point, just cancel the damn thing. It's like this is embarrassing as hell. You know, they had this problem somewhat last year. Like they kind of had this problem, like it was starting to get pretty bad last year, but they brought out some vehicles, but they weren't the top of the line. They brought out all this old junk. They had a whole bunch of transport vehicles and trucks going down the main parade line, but now they're going to have nothing. It's like, how can you have nothing? That's crazy.
This is absolutely insane. Like, I gotta say, folks, this is the funniest thing that I've ever heard. Because through this whole war, we had always been saying, you know, the Russians look like they're running out of vehicles quite quickly. They can't really keep this up for any more than a couple of years, maybe. And many people wanted to always go against that and say, oh, the Russians, they have this huge industrial manufacturing capability, or they have thousands of tanks in the graveyards that they can pull out and refurbish and then put on the front lines. They have tons of equipment. You're lying. That's Ukrainian propaganda. They never run out of equipment. Well, according to the Russian government today, they have run out of equipment, and they've run out of so much equipment, they can't even spare a couple of dozen tanks for a victory parade because there's probably not that many left to even spare. Most of the surviving tanks are probably active somewhere in Ukraine, and even still, those are being destroyed quicker than we can even try and ascertain and count on them, even with the Ukrainian drone attacks that are going on right now.
Yeah, I heard that this year's parade's going to suck so bad, they're going to rename it from the V-Day parade to the L-Day parade, apparently. Also, how can you have a Victory Day parade when the last thing that Russia is doing these days is declaring victory? It's like they haven't had victory over the last 4+ years of fighting a war against a country they were supposed to defeat in 3 days. It's like it's now 4+ years, going on to 5 possibly. So, I mean, they don't have any victory to be celebrating in the first place. I'm like, they're celebrating victories from like a century ago at this point.
Man, they're really about to whip this move out here, probably like on the 9th of May, man. They're gonna have the donkey transportation corps out there, going down the square. It's gonna be an absolute tragedy, really, how bad off the Russian military is at this point. Outside of their drone forces, the only thing that they have left in Russia that they use on a semi-regular basis at this point are towed artillery pieces, and that's it. We don't see any self-propelled guns anymore. There's hardly any air defenses, at least within the occupied front lines in Ukraine. There's also no armor to speak of whatsoever. It's very rare for us to see a BMP even at this point on the front, showing that they've also almost run out completely of armored personnel carriers. They've practically run out of everything to be able to actually conduct an effective offensive war. Now, that's not to say that if they get the jump on someone and the element of surprise, they would be able to gain some ground at least a couple of dozen kilometers probably in those opening days. But outside of that, they would be quickly repulsed by any modern force, and then most likely counterattacked and pushed back rapidly, especially given the fact that they really have no offensive capabilities, at least in the traditional orthodox sense of how modern warfare has been fought over the past few decades. A lot of people are actually talking about this bombshell announcement that just came out from the Russian Ministry of Defense today, and what this is going to be meaning for the Russian Federation, and why this was made as an announcement. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so a brand new concept that the Ruskies are pioneering all on their own accord. It's their big day. Apparently, their military parade won't have any military in it from the looks of it, or at least vehicles, that is, for the first time ever in ages. Why do you think that is? It looks like 45% of the audience said it's because Russia simply run out of equipment and they're at pretty much capacity at this point. 39% said Russia is probably forward deployed at all, and 12% said it's probably just a security consideration, presuming that Ukraine might try to attack the parade. And I would say this. Russia has not necessarily run out of equipment. I think they've forward deployed it all. That's my guess. They've probably put all that equipment toward the front lines, and they don't want to risk taking it away from the operational situation and putting it in the parade. They're not really worried about Ukraine attacking it, by the way, because the odds of Ukraine attacking that V-Day parade is probably not very high, but I think they forward deployed it. That's my guess. So I'm actually with the 38% that said that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually have to say that I'm with the 45 and 38%, because both of those answers kind of fall within the same criteria. Russia has forward deployed all of their equipment, and it's actively involved in the war, and they have so little equipment left that there's nothing to divert to the Victory Day parade, meaning that in effect they've run out of any spare equipment, meaning that they're running quite literally on what's left in Ukraine, and that's it. So really it's more so a combination of the two, in my opinion. The fact that they've run out of equipment, and whatever they have left has been forward deployed in Ukraine, and cannot be pulled off of the front lines and diverted to Moscow for the parade, because then it would be significantly depleting any sort of frontline troops of any possible direct or indirect fire support that tank could provide, or those tanks and armored personnel carriers could provide. This is also giving us an understanding that all of the compilations from open source intelligence on Twitter about what the Russians have left is pretty much dead on accurate. At this point, we're guessing that Russia has about 400 to 600 main battle tanks left. Most, if not all of those, are going to be inside of Ukraine. Some of them are still going to be in the Russian Federation, but we're believing that a lot of them are probably going to be somewhere within the Leningrad military district, and they're not going to be in the Moscow military district to where they're usable for this parade. The Russians also wouldn't want to divert any of their tanks from the Leningrad military district to Moscow for the parade if the remainder are there, because they're probably preparing some sort of a larger offensive against NATO, or they consider those vital for border security and national security, meaning that they do not have those available to be diverted to Moscow. So any way that you look at it or try and split this hair, the Russians have completely run out of equipment. There's none left to be able to have to spare for anything at this point, and the only ones that are left are currently rotting somewhere in some hole that was dug in Ukraine, waiting to get blown up by a drone someday, and that day might be today. But clearly a woeful state of the Russian Federation's military, while they're trying to apparently gear up for a larger war with NATO. The math ain't mathin', but the Russians never have done the math too well. That's why they went to war with Ukraine. So we'll have to see what turns out of the Russian Federation, but it doesn't look like much of anything good's coming out of the military side of things for them right now. And that's not even to mention what's going on in Tuapse. Tuapse has been an unmitigated hellhole, or a hellfire, over the past few days. And we've got to get down here because it's only gotten worse over the last day. The Tuapse oil refinery has been on fire for a multitude of days at this point, and we actually did get to see some satellite proof showing the scale of the destruction that had existed at the Tuapse oil products tank farm near to the refinery before today. And already at that count that was given, I believe, on Saturday, actually that would be Sunday, 52% of all of the oil tanks had already been destroyed and were burning. Another 9% were damaged, and about 39% of the tanks were still left intact. Meaning that in a way, hypothetically, once the fire dies down, the facility would generally be operational again. Or at least to some degree. It would be a minimal operation, but it'd still be runnable, is the best way to say that. Until last night, the Ukrainians conducted a second attack on the Tuapse oil refinery and oil tank farm that we just saw on that satellite picture, and they hit it again. And we were able to see a picture here actually showing the drones right after impact and the fireballs that had been created on the undamaged tanks from those hits.
Those are some big hits right there. I'm surprised that Ukraine hit it twice in a row like this. I thought the first strikes that we saw the other day were bad, but the ones we're about to see here in just a minute, getting through all these different videos and pictures, I mean, I didn't even think it was possible for Ukraine to exact this much damage on one single area. This Tuapse facility is literally, I mean, no joke, it is almost as bad as Chernobyl on a scale of like a crisis at this point. It's getting there, and it's pretty bad, and this is just the start of it.
If y'all want an idea of how bad this is, Matthew, really quickly, I don't think I put this one down on the map. Can you go on our Twitter and find that satellite picture that was made today showing the smoke plume going all the way to Astrakhan? Because I got something else to show them in the meantime, but I would like to get that one so that way we can show y'all how large the plume of smoke is from this fire right now from space.
It's on the likes tab.
Got you. Let me go grab that one really quickly, because I think this is going to give y'all one of the best ideas of how destructive this has become at this point. That black streak all over southern Russia is the smoke from the fire at Tuapse. That is 400 kilometers long, and it actually stretches all the way into Kazakhstan at its farthest.
Yeah, now granted, there's no like radioactive isotopes in that smoke right there. It's not like a nuclear disaster per se, but the amount of carcinogens that are in that smoke right there, it is as toxic or can be as toxic long term to people if you inhale that frequently, that could cause some pretty bad health effects with that flying over people's heads and also descending on people's houses. And also remember, if it's in the atmosphere like that right there, it's in the sky, it can come down with the rains. And we've seen these oil rains already start happening near Tuapse itself. It's literally raining oil. It's creating an oil film over everything. So this is a pretty big crisis right here. This is not to be underestimated whatsoever. This is very large. And also, where's it floating to, by the way? It looks like it's floating toward, what is it, like toward Turkey or something? Where's it floating?
It's floating to the east towards Kazakhstan.
That's pretty bad right there. I'm sure Kazakhstan's not too wild about that right there. That's pretty serious.
It is pretty bad. And to give you all an idea of how long this is, measuring from stem to stern of this plume of smoke that's coming out of Tuapse right now, this is about 600 miles long. Now, if we were to take that same line and measure it over Europe, this would be like a fire in London stretching about as far as Berlin. That's about how far the smoke plume is stretching across the entirety of southern Russia and all the way into Kazakhstan. To put this over the United States for our American viewers, so that way we can all get a idea of scale over here, this would be like a fire happening in Washington, D.C. and stretching pretty much all the way down to Birmingham, Alabama in an endless, continuous smoke plume from the origin point. This fire and the smoke from it, after these attacks that happened last night, are so large that on the tallest peak near to the border with Georgia, Mount Elbrus, a picture was taken today showing the plume of smoke. In fact, a video was made, and this is what the plume of smoke looked like almost 200 miles away from the summit of Mount Elbrus, which is the tallest mountain in Europe.
Что там сейчас, как там люди живут, что там с морем, с дельфинами. Это просто жесть.
It looks like a freaking volcano erupted.
it looks like I don't even know how to describe this. I don't even think volcanoes look like this at their worst. This is like Krakatoa, or the largest volcanic explosion that we've ever seen. This is insane, the size of this thing. And also, by the way, folks, this isn't really giving us a good look at it, because for some reason we really couldn't see the smoke stretching off over the whole of southern Russia from here. But it is humongous. I mean, this is literally higher than Mount Elbrus. This is going up into about 20,000 feet probably in altitude at the peak, and then traveling all the way on and out and into Kazakhstan about 600 miles away.
Honestly, like, you know, on one aspect, I'm happy that Ukraine's able to knock out Russia's oil industry, but on the other aspect of it, just from a you know, Earth standpoint, that's a bad thing. You'd like to see that happening right there, because that's going to be a huge ecological issue for probably, I would imagine, probably for decades to come. It probably will be. It's that serious on that type of level right there. It is going to knock out Tuapse, though, by the way. I mean, Tuapse is, I mean, I'm not sure how that facility is ever going to get running again. It's in pretty foul shape at this point.
Where's Greta Thunberg on this one?
I don't think she gets involved in this region.
How dare you? It's like, why don't she sell her little boat towards Tuapse or something? You know, it's like, why not that? You know, like, kind of focusing a lot on the whole Middle East thing. It's like, why don't they focus a little bit more on this one? Because I actually have to say, folks, this is wildly beneficial for Ukraine strategically, but the economic fallout of this is going to be insane. I mean, the amount of toxic smoke that's being emitted right now from this fire is unbelievable, and it's pretty much covering the entirety of southern Russia right now. So we don't know what kind of an effect this is going to have on the ecology of the area, and what kind of long-lasting effects this might have on the entirety of the region, but this is about the worst ecological disaster that we've seen in Europe, probably since the Chernobyl disaster of the 80s. I don't really think anything's come close to this at this point in Europe since the Chernobyl disaster in the 1980s, although that was a radiological disaster, not a petrochemical disaster like this one, but still very similar, at least in terms of the kind of damage that this may impose on the areas that get affected by the fallout, basically, of the fires. Now it's time for us to move y'all into what we actually saw through Tuapse in the city throughout the whole day. And it is generally just a montage. There's not really a lot to explain. You're just going to be watching the fires going on down at the oil facility in the middle of the city. But we're going to start y'all off here. This is probably one of the biggest montages that we've seen that really gave y'all an idea of what we're looking at. By the way, that plume, well, that more so that fire tornado that y'all are seeing right there, y'all would not believe this. I actually just saw someone make a height measurement of this today, Matthew. And do you want to guess how high that is?
It looks like it could be skyscraper height right there, possibly.
That is 1,600 feet. Do you know how high that is compared to, say, a skyscraper? Like, what skyscraper is about the same height?
I have no idea.
The One World Trade Center in New York City.
That's pretty damn high.
That is pretty damn high, because that is actually the tallest building in the United States of America. So this thing is as tall as the tallest building in the United States, from the tip down there at the base of the fire all the way to the top, which is what we're seeing up there. And also, by the way, if y'all are wondering, how in the world is that measurement made? It was made off of the nearby mountains, which can get pretty tall. I believe they get up to above 1,000 feet from their base, and this thing is well taller than that. So here's the clip showing what can only be described as an inferno in the central area of Tuapse.
Look at that.
Unbelievable.
Also, is that just the oil from the oil silos, like the, you know, those big containers next to the refinery? Is that just from that?
Yeah, just from that. This is mazout that's on fire. It's that thick, cruddy stuff, like bunker sea oil. Well, it is actually bunker sea oil. That's the stuff that's on fire.
Jeez, like that's it. You would think there was more than that on fire from the looks of it. I mean, just the way that's raging and roaring on. It's like, that's wild to think that's just coming from those oil containers off the side of that facility. That's massive.
Yeah, I would have to say it's unbelievable. I mean, it's surreal. Here's another angle of it. This is after it had died down a little bit, but the smoke became. Oh, I just realized that right there. But this is showing another angle of it.
There's a building right there for scale. I mean, there's one over there. It looked like a hotel or something over there on the right.
And that thing's on a
yeah,
mountain.
look at it. It's like, Yeah, it's like this inferno is like double, possibly triple the size or the height of that hotel.
Well, I mean, it's
Could
kind
you
of a little
imagine? I bet you could feel the heat from where the cameraman's standing right here from this type of fire. Like this is a big enough fire here. You can probably feel it from a mile or several miles away, the heat from it.
Oh yeah, I would bet. But you know what's deceptive about this is a bit of an illusion. That building, like it looks 3 times taller than this building, but this building is on a mountaintop, not even close to the base of the fire. So it's kind of a bit of an illusion. It looks like the fire plume is 3 times taller than this building, but in reality, the fire is happening all the way down there, about a couple of miles away from the cameraman, and this building's only about a mile away and basically the same elevation that the cameraman's at. So that ought to give everyone a really good idea of how big this thing is. It eclipses anything in the city at this point. The plume is almost as big as the city itself, just in the area of it that's on fire.
Just crazy. I've never really seen one this large, like a fire. Like not even what was it, Novorossiysk up there near St. Petersburg, or that's not Novorossiysk. What's the one up there called near St. Petersburg that we saw get hit earlier with the flamingos? Do you remember the name of it?
Uslugabliet.
Yeah, Ushluga. I mean, those Ushluga fires, they were pretty massive when Ukraine hit that with flamingos, what we believe to be flamingos. But this right here, I mean, it knocks that out of the water.
It really does. And here's another clip of it a little bit closer up. This is also from a ground level, which ought to give you all an idea of the scale. Insane.
Wild. Also, look at how heavy that smoke is. Like, the smoke's really not like, typical fire smoke goes up and it just floats away. This smoke is so heavy, it's literally just lingering right near the ground, and it's like floating up at a very slow rate, but it's largely just hanging around because it's so heavy with oil.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to imagine the heat from this fire must be immense to be able to get enough, I guess you could say, of a force behind the smoke to get it high enough in altitude that it travels all the way 600 miles over to Kazakhstan. That's got to be quite a lot of heat behind this fire at this point.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm just waiting for you to get that video of that oil running through the streets and stuff like that. That was crazy.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's down the list. We also got to see another angle of the fire right here, once again from the hilltops surrounding it. And it also appeared that a significant number of tanks have been hit throughout the area of the facility in this clip, which really wasn't well shown in some of the other ones that we have over the course of this day. We also have been able to see that in the midst of this, which is the clip that Matthew's wanting us to get to, the fire is starting to spread through the city and is starting to actually eat the entirety of the city surrounding the area. From what we were able to tell, it looks like this video may have been made somewhere around Ushakova and also Nahimova streets, which we can see right here, which are generally the division between the industrial area and the residential area. One hell of a division right there. It's literally just across the street. So I'm guessing the property values here were quite low before this whole thing happened today, and they're going to be getting a lot lower. The oil is actually starting to spread around into the city, and it's starting to eat the city up with it. And here's a clip here showing that fire actually making its way down some of the streets and beginning to envelop significant areas of the city with the ongoing blaze in the Tuapse tank farm.
Look at that. This video right here is probably one of the most insane videos I've seen probably in over a year, coming out of anywhere like the Middle East, Russia, Europe, anywhere. This is literally something you would see out of a Hollywood movie, like with something that's like a nightmare. Literally hot oil running down the street like lava from a volcano, and it's getting in everything. It's getting in the ditches, it's getting down the road, and it's going down the sidewalks. I mean, that's horrifying.
It's getting in everything. It's getting in the sewers. It's getting in the streets. It's getting in the surrounding houses, burning them to the ground. It's eating up the oil facility because these fires are spreading through the oil farm, and they're causing secondary explosions of other tanks after they heat them up enough that the gases can't vent from the tanks, and the tanks then explode and then allow for that oil to catch on fire. That's basically a self-feeding ecosystem of destruction in the city at this point, and it's beginning to eat everything. We're expecting that at some point here in the near future, this fire may actually jump across the Reka Tuapse, which is the Tuapse River, and actually make it to the oil loading rail yard over here, which a lot of these tank cars are filled with oil. If these catch on fire, it then creates basically a repeat of what's happening on the eastern side of the city and begins to eat westwards into the rest of the city as well. It's getting pretty bad, as you all can tell. We also saw more clips, more angles, like this one from a commercial airliner here, showing the plume of smoke from above. And we can, damn man, I tell you, man, that music is hard to catch because it's like literally like the quietest sound. But we can see the smoke and fire here once again in this video. And also the smoke stretching onwards into the distance, all the way out across Russia to Kazakhstan. One hell of a angle to see this at, for sure. You can also see some parts of the city there burning up with it.
And also, didn't they say they were trying to evacuate? Like, you know, the Russians said earlier they were trying to evacuate some parts of Tuapse, but the catch was they weren't evacuating people out of the entire area. I think the Russians were saying they're evacuating some people to like a school or something within Tuapse, which is obviously, that's not really an evacuation. That's just simply moving people around a bit within the city. So, you know, was that what you heard as well? Is that what I heard?
Oh, we're about to get to that one. It's going to get really good, folks, because it almost becomes a comedy. It's like a Russian style of a comedy tragedy deal when we get to that. Let's get through the rest of these clips though first, Matthew, and then we're going to get to that story because I did some very good fleshing out and research on that one today, and the sequence of events with this has been insane when we lay out the whole story here in a little bit. But we did get to see the fire here inside of the port once more. This was once again at its zenith when it was reaching skyscraper level heights down there at the oil farm. Opépliat. We also got to see another clip of it here, once again showing the fire from one of the nearby hillsides.
I think we have a full 360 view of this thing at this point. We've seen every angle possible of this thing.
Really, honestly, you can't get enough of it though, because it's so unbelievable of a strike and the damage. I mean, we've never seen anything like this, folks, throughout the whole war. This is the biggest and most damaging attack we've ever seen, and apparently the Russians understood that too, because they were filming it like it was. We also got to see that additionally, outside of all of this, for our last little bit of a clip right here, we did get to see the refinery burning from another angle right here. This was within one of the residential areas, somewhere on the southern side of the city, south of the Tuapse River. I would not want to live close to this. And right now, a lot of people in Russia are actually demanding that a full evacuation of the city be made on a load of the social media outlets that the Russian military bloggers and others have been using, because it is an unmitigated disaster. An unbelievable one. Now it's time for us to get on into that story that Matthew was trying to tell you all about, which is how the Russian government has responded to the situation. In Moscow today, way up in the capital, hundreds of miles away, of course, as we've been able to hear, Vladimir Putin has announced, which I didn't put down on the map because it wasn't important, but I'll paraphrase this for all of y'all. Putin said in a statement today that the Tuapse situation is only a minor incident, and nothing that requires any significant concern from the Russian government. And in fact, they should be diverting their attentions towards more important things, like the agricultural yields and the ongoing war effort in Ukraine. I've got to tell you this before you say anything.
Soviet. That's very Soviet of him, man. That's very Soviet. Isn't that literally the exact same line that they used during Chernobyl?
Yes,
that's the exact same line. It's literally like a repeat. The Russians are so predictable with stuff like this. It is like absurd how predictable they are. Literally, a horrible ecological disaster, probably one of the worst ones Russia's experienced since Chernobyl. And they come out and say, "Oh, no worries, comrades. Take it easy. No need for concern. Sit where you are." Also, really, the evacuation is really not necessary. Just go over here to the school in the same city, like a mile away from the fire, possibly, and you'll be totally good. You'll be totally cool if you go there. It's so Soviet.
Oh, dude, you know what's better, folks, is that in 1986, when the Chernobyl meltdown happened, the day that it happened, like, Putin, it didn't even have the reaction time of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union actually got to it a little bit quicker. In the morning news, on the day after the Chernobyl meltdown happened, the Soviet news program stated the following information. There has been a minor incident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Outside of that, we also have news of rising agricultural yields and more news of the ongoing war in Afghanistan. That was literally what the Soviet news stated on the morning after the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown. In Moscow today, about 4 days after this fire started, Putin then goes up in front of the public and goes, "There has been a minor accident at the Tuapse oil tank farm and refinery." However, we do hear that there are increasing agricultural yields in the country and the food situation is secure, and we also need to talk about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Literally bar for bar what the Soviet news said in '86 after Chernobyl.
It's like, what are we going to get next? You know, stop the spread of misinformation, cut the phone lines, cut Telegram, cut the internet. It's like, that's probably coming next. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. I mean, that would literally finish the entire picture off to literally be completely analogous to Chernobyl and the way they responded to that. It would literally be identical. I think that it's probably coming. I'm going to call it now. It's probably coming next.
Oh, no, you don't even have to call it. It happened today. You know, Matthew,
No way.
Like the HBO miniseries Chernobyl, remember when Gorbachev was like, I heard that there was like a small incident down at Chernobyl. We're going to create a little response team and declare like a local crisis. We need to get Rybakov on this one and send him on down. You remember that?
I do.
So Putin apparently got everyone together in what's the modern day Presidium, basically, and said, there's been a minor incident down at Tuapse. We're going to create a little local emergency response team to go figure it out. And they flew down, I'm not kidding, folks, they flew down basically the modern equivalent of Rybakov on a Russian government aircraft to go down there and create the little minor crisis situation response team, just like they did at Chernobyl, to figure out what's going on. And here he is arriving.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy to see us in the modern day.
It is insane. It's literally what they did 40 years ago to the day, like to the freaking day. It's nuts. Like Russia has not changed in 40 years. They haven't even changed since the Soviet Union. They're literally the same country. They do the same things. It's unbelievable. And also on top of that, folks, after they then got the guys down there to go figure out that the shit is screwed, they then finally decided to declare a local crisis, not a regional one even, a local crisis, and also they have now announced an evacuation, but only for people who are directly within the zone that the fire is enveloping, and they are going to be relocated to an elementary school on the northern end of the city. And that's all that's being done right now.
That's literally the same thing they did at Chernobyl as well. They were super late to order an evacuation of the actual entire zone of danger. They were late, and they let people stay there way too long while all these deadly chemicals and also radioactive isotopes rained down on people's heads after the reactor building blew the top. So, I mean, they're literally doing the same thing here. You literally couldn't make this stuff up. Now, if we start seeing like loads of buses going into Tuapse to get people out after people get exposed to all these carcinogens for like a week or more, that will literally be identical down to the T.
I bet you it's going to happen. Like, it's probably going to happen. They're probably going to tell everyone. They're probably going to tell everyone just like they did back then. It's only a temporary relocation. Only pack up essentials. So that way they don't have to bring down a whole bunch of trucks and buses to be able to move their stuff out. And only pack the bare essentials, and y'all are going to be moved out. I have a feeling that's probably going to be coming sometime soon because we're already hearing that there is a lot of calls in Russia for a full evacuation of Tuapse to be announced, because a lot of people here in the chat have been saying that comparing this to Chernobyl is a humongous overreaction and overstatement. Is just trying to blow this up out of proportion. I don't think a lot of those people are realizing how deadly this mazout smoke is. And how bad its health effects can be on the people who are nearby being affected by this. This stuff is the most toxic smoke that could be produced by any petrochemical product in the entirety of the world. Bunker sea oil.
And what's it called? What are you calling it again? Let me pull up the actual symptoms and also how quickly it can take somebody out. What's it called?
It's called mazout, but you're probably going to get better results calling it bunker sea oil, which is what we call it here in the States.
Okay, I'm going to pull up and see what the effects are. I'll report back here in a second.
But mazout oil fires are incredibly toxic. Many people have stated that the health effects could be pretty bad. People could start, crapping out the food that they're eating within an hour or less of eating it from how bad the health effects could be from inhaling the smoke or even being within the vicinity of it. Not only that, this is spreading hundreds of miles, almost like a Chernobyl-like fallout over the entirety of southern Russia right now, meaning that it's affecting farm fields, other cities, it's affecting the Volga River, it's affecting the major shipping port of Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. it's affecting quite a lot. And the amount of damage that this can cause to the environment, to the people there, is very similar in a lot of ways, although it won't be as long lasting to the Chernobyl disaster and a radiological disaster. This is a pretty bad sort of a situation, and it looks as though the Russians, much as usual, are trying to underplay it as much as they possibly can. And Matthew, have you found out the exact medical effects of being around a major Bunker C oil fire like we're seeing right now?
Okay, so here's some more details about the situation, which paints an even more grim picture than we're even reporting right now. It's actually worse than I thought. And I haven't heard this until I just looked it up just now. But apparently, with all the heavy petroleum products burning here at this facility, it's releasing all kinds of horrible substances into the atmosphere, including benzene and xylene. And apparently, official monitors have allegedly recorded up to twice the safe limit of these bad hazardous substances. And also, there's accusations that the authorities, the Russians, are trying to conceal the extent of how bad the air is actually polluted. Apparently, it might be worse than they're reporting, which I would imagine it probably would be. That's pretty on par with the Russian-Soviet branding, I would say, trying to conceal the deadliness of it. But apparently, in the short term, if you breathe high concentrations of these vapors or mist, it irritates the lungs, it causes nausea, headache, dizziness, fatigue, drowsiness, and even unconsciousness if you breathe enough of it, apparently. It can also pretty much cause you to lose it. Like, you can start going into convulsions, have respiratory failure, and death if you're exposed to it for too long, like around the area of the fire. So everybody within the near vicinity of that thing, they are in extreme danger as of right now. So relocating to a school is not going to help. Also, apparently, with benzene specifically, it causes neurological impairment, and it's known to cause leukemia, apparently. So that's pretty serious. They're also saying for xylene, which is another chemical being found in the area, it can also lead to neurological issues, gastrointestinal issues, and reproductive harmful effects. So pretty much it's running the gamut for the most part of all kinds of bad effects on people. But here's the real deal. Long term, though, that's where it has its real bad effect. Even if people don't have the short term symptoms, you can easily get the long term symptoms. And there's a really high rates of morbidity in people that are exposed to stuff like this for an extended period of time, even for just a week, that is. It could be really, really bad. So they're saying that apparently dead dolphins have washed ashore near Sochi, and also apparently alongside reports of fish and birds washing up dead on the shore as well. And they're urging residents not to go outside or open windows, but obviously that's probably not enough to prevent, being exposed to it for the most part. So, I mean, they're already seeing dead animals wash up on the beaches and the shores, so that's a bad sign. And I would say the people are in extreme danger, to say the least.
I'd have to say, honestly, it sounds a lot like the long-term effects would be very similar to a lot of the long-term effects a lot of people are exposed to at Pripyat with acute radiation sickness, cancer, increased rates of morbidity, such things as that. I mean, outside of it being not a radioactive disaster or a radiological disaster, the health effects are very similar, if not analogous, to what a lot of people suffered in the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Yeah, I would say so. And while we're on that topic right there, to address the poll on this real quick, what do you think is going to happen out of this? Because right now we're seeing literally apocalyptic scenes emerging from this area. And I don't think too many people that have reported on this so far have really gone through the depth of how bad this truly is. This is monumental, how bad this is. And the second strike that Ukraine conducted probably made it monumentally worse. But it is a war, of course. So I'm not really weighing in on whether or not Ukraine should have done this or not. We're already here at this point. So we're simply looking at the aftermath of it. So it looks like 36% of the audience said Russia will probably go berserk after this. They're probably going to seek some vengeance in some major way. While 35% said this will end up as bad as Chernobyl, and 14% said it'll likely be extinguished or fixed very soon. And I don't think this right here is going to get fixed anytime soon. This seems to be a disaster that's going to be lingering around for quite some time. And we're already hearing, like I mentioned, apparently animals washing up dead on the shore. That's a very bad sign. So I would say between all the deadly chemicals people are being exposed to, it'll probably end up as bad as Chernobyl, would be my guess. There will probably have to be a massive cleanup of this area, which could last for years possibly. And this is pretty serious. But I will say this, though, on a war side of things, this is a massive loss for the Russians, because if Tuapse is taken out, which right now it appears it is taken out for the most part. This was a major nexus that the Russians were rerouting their crude and petroleum products from the northern part of Russia. They were rerouting it down here to Tuapse, and that's why Ukraine has hit it multiple times in a row. So now Tuapse is taken out. This is a massive, massive blow to Russia's economic situation right now, and also, unfortunately, it's also a massive blow to the civilians as well. They'll be suffering from the aftermath of this, and it sounds like Russia's going to try to cover it up for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this is going to end up in a very similar sort of a situation, at least within the localized area of Tuapse and possibly some of the surrounding area, to almost being akin to the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. The kind of toxicity from this burning bunker C oil is enough to make the area uninhabitable for some time. We don't know how long that would be. It's obviously not going to be centuries like the Chernobyl exclusion zone, but it might possibly be years or even decades before the place is actually safe for human habitation again. Or, the Russians might let people live there, but their mortality rates are going to be exceptionally high due to the risk of basically living on a toxic landscape at that point that was caused by this fire. So I'd have to say that I don't think the Russians are going to be going berserk, per se, because the Russians are playing this down as much as they can. I have a feeling they're probably going to try and play this down forever at this point, because it's embarrassing to show that the Ukrainians are able to just waltz into a port, blow up an entire oil refinery, and then walk away, and Russia just has to suffer the consequences. But outside of that, I think that this is going to end up pretty bad, and while the Russians might try and downplay it, we're going to be hearing a lot about the probably a lot of the ecology being destroyed within the local area because of the toxicity, and also the health effects that will be caused to the people living within the city as well. It's going to be a pretty bad situation altogether. However, on the strategic side of things, like Matthew was saying, this is a humongous victory for the Ukrainians and a massive defeat for the Russians, because the Ukrainians are able to ensure that the Russians are still not shipping out any oil or any sort of petroleum products, meaning the Russians still will not be able to make any money, even with the sanctions being lifted right now by the United States. And on top of that, the Russian Federation is seeing that a significant amount of damage is being caused to a port facility permanently, which will most likely not be recoverable throughout the entirety of the remainder of the war. So, unfortunate, especially on the ecological side of things, it's not good at all. But on the strategic side of things, this is actually a major blow to the Russians and a victory to the Ukrainians.
And also, the Ukrainians use drones. I think they use drones and missiles to hit this facility. Do we know for a fact what they used to hit it?
We know definitely that there were FP2 long-range drones that were used, but we do not know about missiles. There were some rumors floating around that there may have been some used, but I was never able to get any video corroboration to verify that.
Yeah, well, the reason why I'm asking that is because we've seen Russia over the past couple of months. They've been pointing fingers at Europe because, I mean, I will admit it is true. Europe is helping produce drone components to help Ukraine build out their drone infrastructure and also increase attacks on Russia. So Russia has been creating this new narrative that somehow Britain and these other countries that are building components for Ukraine are active combatants in the war, and that subjects them to attack. So now that we've seen that drones were used to attack this facility here in Tuapse, and it's turned into a major disaster that Russia will try to cover up, but they'll probably have to eventually acknowledge the extent of it because they can't hide it forever. In the age of social media, this isn't Chernobyl anymore. I mean, this stuff gets out in the open web and everybody sees it. It's not able to be hidden that well. So they'll have to acknowledge it, and they'll probably try to seek vengeance in some way or another. And this might be a further justification for Russia to exact revenge on possibly Europe or the Baltics or NATO as a whole, because they're going to try to blame them for it, I would imagine.
I would definitely assume that that's probably going to be the case. But moving us on out of that news of the major disaster that has occurred in Tuapse, which we're now watching unfold in real time right now, like we're seeing today, we are going to be moving ourselves on out of Europe for a moment and on down and into the area of the Middle East, as we have equally major developments and news coming out of this area today as well. But before we get into all of that, I do have to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to see so many people here over the course of this night. We had the peak here tonight, 19,000 people here at a single time, and over 76,000 people have watched the stream in the first hour and 10 minutes. I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all consider this channel to be a high quality source of the global news coming from around the world each and every day, and I hope that y'all have appreciated that today greatly. While I almost choked on spit right there, that's never a good thing to do in the middle of a monologue. But I do have to say we're greatly appreciative of every single one of y'all being here, and before we move on and into the rest of the major major breaking news that we have coming out of the Middle East today and from around the rest of the world and the periphery regions, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to address 3 questions from the chat to be able to chit-chat with you all for a moment before we move on into the rest of the major news that we have for the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so starting off with our first of 3 of the first super chats we're going to grab during this first segment. This one goes to Don D, and thank you very much, Don, for that very generous $100 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. That does help to keep the channel running, and we appreciate all the super chatters. And Don said, I asked this question a few weeks back. Basically, will the U.S. Navy stop, cease, and confiscate illegal shipments by either Chinese-flagged ships or ships carrying Chinese merchandise en route to Iran? And Enforcer, you felt that the U.S. Wouldn't, but hasn't this happened in the current time?
We haven't seen the United States stop and seize any Chinese-flagged vessels because we haven't seen any Chinese-flagged vessels at the moment attempt to break the blockade or challenge the blockade, probably due to the kind of diplomatic fallout that would happen as a result by default. But we have seen that there has been some allegations that one vessel that was seized by the United States was carrying some form of contraband that was being shipped by the People's Republic of China. But that claim, I don't mean to like discredit it entirely, but I'm going to have to give like a half discredit. We're not entirely sure if that's true or not, because while the administration did make that statement, they never clarified and literally went out of their way in a Pentagon press briefing to not clarify what that statement meant and what was on that ship that was being sent by the Chinese as some form of contraband, which then brings up the question as to whether there was anything that was Chinese contraband that was on board that ship at all, which we don't really know because there's been absolutely no clarification to that claim at all for us to be able to know that it's an actual accurate one. So we have seen that there at least is a possibility that a ship carrying Chinese cargo has been seized, but we haven't seen any Chinese flagged vessels getting seized, because that would be a significant thing for us on the channel if it happened, because that's one thing that we've said the U.S. probably wouldn't do, and if they did do that, that would be going against our analysis, and that would be rather shocking and an upset to what we predicted. But generally, half of what you said was correct. If we're believing that ship was carrying Chinese contraband of some sort, but we have never seen the U.S. seize a Chinese flagged vessel. But I do thank you massively for the support, Don D, and helping this channel to keep it running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running, so we can put out analysis like that and then sit and wait on it to see whether or not that is actually going to happen or not. And it appears that we got that about 50-50 in one way, or depending on, if you look at it completely biased our way, we got it 100% right, or we probably got it 50-50. I would go with 50-50 because that ship probably was carrying Chinese contraband. I just wish that the U.S. government would be a lot more transparent about what it was carrying, because making a claim like that and then never elaborating on it any more than just a broad and generic statement makes it sound like some soothsayer that's, reading tarot cards in a gypsy wagon on the side of the street told me the information, and that's not really a lot to work off of, truth be told.
They're trying hard not to try to mess up that upcoming meeting in the middle of May with Xi Jinping and the U.S. president. They're trying extremely hard not to mess it up. So I would imagine that played a huge role in the U.S. deciding not to publicize what was on that vessel. I mean, they came pretty close to publicizing it, because they literally said that they found something that was interesting on the ship, and maybe it was a gift from China heading toward Iran. So they found something, but, it seems like they're willing to overlook pretty much anything to keep that meeting on the table.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Like that's probably the reason why, and that's also why I'm saying to you, Don, that it's like a 50-50, because I lean more towards the idea there probably was some contraband on board. There probably definitely was contraband on board, not probably. And so the unfortunate thing is that we just don't know what it is, because we're basically pretending like that didn't happen, so that we don't throw off that meeting that's going to be happening with the Chinese. But a huge thanks to you for the support, Don, and I hope that has addressed that well. And of course, our analysis can always end up being wrong, and while I'm saying that we're only 50-50 right now, we could be proven 100% wrong if at some point in the future the U.S. does seize a Chinese merchant ship. So we'll have to see. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and a huge thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to another longtime channel legend. It is none other than BC Skyman. Some call him a pillar of the community. Some call him the Rock of Gibraltar of the community. Whatever you want to call him, it's BC Skyman. And he put in an $80 support, and we do appreciate that very much, BC. He threw in some super stickers, and one of them, I do see one of them still here, is the YouTube Doge jumping up with the fireworks going off all around it right there. It's really celebrating. It's definitely not Russian, I can tell you that. The Russians have nothing to celebrate. But thank you, BC, very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for the support, BC Skyman, a legend of the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta say that it's a massive and amazing thing to know that folks like you are helping this channel to keep on running, to keep rolling, I tell you. You've been around for 4 years. Pretty much, you've been around for 1,521 days, to be exact. You got here on the 4th day of the show, and you've been here ever since. And we got to thank you massively for that incredible support. You don't throw in comments for your support, but we know that it has a lot of good words and good faith behind it, and we're greatly appreciative of you being around for so long and enjoying the LSA and being an integral part of it. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And before we move on to the last one, I saw someone say something in the chat that was so interesting and juicy, I have to give an explanation as to why the statement is not the case. Gray Slacker said, we don't necessarily need to hear anything about boat seizures. You and us guys ain't part of the need-to-know circle. There's a problem with that statement. The public and the citizenry of the United States is always in the need-to-know circle of basic facts and information because it's important to allowing the nation to understand what they need to know to be able to vote properly in the next election. Say the Chinese, for example, had on that ship a nuclear bomb that they were shipping to Iran. And because the current president doesn't want to throw off the upcoming talks in May with the Chinese, we're just going to overlook the fact that China was going to give Iran a weapon of mass destruction to kill you and me with, both of us being Americans, because they thought that us plebeians that voted them into office are too stupid and ignorant to really need to know what exactly the Chinese were sending them. That means that we are always in a need-to-know basis at the minimum. Like, obviously, we don't need to know how they gathered that information, how they gathered the intelligence, but if the U.S. government has some sort of information that shows that the People's Republic of China poses a credible and existent threat to the United States of America and the safety of its citizens, then that should be given to the United States public at a minimum to say, we seized this ship, there was Chinese contraband on board, and this is exactly what it was. What in the world would be the problem of saying that, folks? Because I don't really get how people are trying to do the mental gymnastics here with statements like that. Because if they're willing to go as far to say that there was Chinese contraband on board, what harm would it be for them to explain exactly what kind of contraband that is? It's not like it's affecting U.S. national security. If anything, it gives U.S. citizens a better understanding of what are threats to U.S. national security. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, but yes, U.S. citizens generally need to know as much as they can when it doesn't compromise national security, and letting everyone know exactly what was on that ship, if it was carrying Chinese contraband, certainly doesn't jeopardize national security. It gives American citizens a better understanding of what's a prerogative for U.S. national security. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
So this one goes to Nick Hines, and thank you very much, Nick, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. Very generous of you. And Nick said, would it be possible for Iran to move more crude via land corridors to extend the hold on the strait? And I heard the U.S. has bought $50 billion worth of military tech, including drones, from Ukraine. And do you think that this is a long-term investment? And go LSA. Now, I haven't heard that claim right there about the $50 billion that the U.S. has bought from Ukraine. I haven't heard that. That would be very big news, by the way, if that is confirmed, because so far we've seen the United States generally give Ukraine the cold shoulder when it comes to accepting their help. So I would be surprised if that turned out to be true right there. Also, Nick, if you can provide a source for that, because I'd like to investigate that further and see where that came from. But if it's true, that's big. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that in my honest opinion, I don't think they could ever transport it over a land corridor, because the thing is that Iran produces several million barrels of crude a day, and that will require a fleet of hundreds of thousands of 18-wheelers, probably even millions of them, and millions of drivers and a whole logistics infrastructure system to be able to transport that stuff over land. And even still, a lot of Iran's major purchasing partners like China, Iran doesn't actually have a viable road access network to get to them from, unless if they went an incredibly long distance over land, which would make the transportation costs exorbitantly expensive to the point it would be uneconomical, because they would have to drive all the way through Azerbaijan and then through Russia and then through Kazakhstan to be able to make it to China. That's probably the only viable route they have. Turkmenistan would never allow them to drive through because that would be breaking some neutrality that they heavily emphasize in their foreign policy, meaning that that's not a road access network. The Taliban isn't going to be letting them through because generally, while the Taliban is acting friendly to them right now, the Taliban actually hates Iran, and so they wouldn't let them drive through. And not only that, the road infrastructure to actually make it to China through Afghanistan doesn't exist either. So they'd only be able to make it to about Kabul, and then they'd be at a dead end. And then Pakistan isn't going to let them through either, because once again, Pakistan doesn't have any road access directly to China, meaning that Iran would then have to go through India, and India sure as hell isn't going to be helping the Iranians to violate sanctions by shipping their oil to China through some form of a road network, and then even still they'd have to contend with the Himalayas, which are once again impassable. So there really is no way for Iran to actually ship their products reliably over land routes to China, unless if they somehow built a pipeline, which would be prohibitively difficult because of how many countries they'd have to get on board with that idea, and then it'd take years to build. And then on top of that, if they just did a truck-based route or a railroad-based route, it'd be wildly long and incredibly inefficient and woefully uneconomical. So generally, there's no way for them to divert any of their oil transportation over land in any viable economic way. And much like every other Middle Eastern country, they rely on shipping their oil by sea to be able to make any kind of money and to be able to produce profits on an economy of scale like everybody does in the area. Outside of that, though,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Also, real quick, to address the part of the super chat here about the $50 billion worth of military tech that the U.S. allegedly bought from Ukraine, that right there, also, Nick, I think I know where you got that from, by the way. I think the fellow's mistaken that's reporting that, because there is reporting out there from credible sources that Ukraine offered the United States a $50 billion drone deal with the United States over several years. They would provide like 10 million drones over 5 years, and also they would agree to export more drones post-war as well. But the problem is this, though. The U.S. never accepted that deal. It was proposed by Ukraine, but according to what we've heard, the U.S. turned it down and said, we don't need Ukrainian help. They can piss off, basically, and the U.S. will make our own drone program, and Ukraine can piss off. So I think whoever reported that got mixed up. It was simply a proposal. It was not a done deal, just to correct that.
I hope that does clarify that information as well, because I was about to get to that and say, I'm not really sure on that, because I haven't heard that myself. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Nick, and I hope that does address both parts of your super chat incredibly well, and a humongous thanks to you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And I also saw some people saying some things in the chat really quickly before we move on about that topic in the super chat from Nick, about, well, there's a rail corridor via Turkmenistan to China, but I'd find that to be a little bit difficult, folks, because Turkmenistan doesn't share a direct border with China, and on top of that, Pakistan also doesn't share a direct border with China either, because some people said there was Chinese-owned railways going through Pakistan. Well, the issue is, still, how in the world does it actually get to China? Because it has to go through another country, which would be India or Afghanistan. There is no rail corridor through Afghanistan, hardly any to speak of at all. And also on top of that, the Indians would never agree to allowing Iran to evade sanctions, considering that right now the Indians are playing it very careful because they're riding a fine line between being a BRICS member and Western aligned, and they're not really wanting to piss off the United States, so they're not going to allow the Iranians to use their territory to evade sanctions because that would piss off the United States, and then they basically get thrown completely back in the BRICS camp. So there isn't any overland corridor, at least via diplomacy, that would be usable for the Iranians for sanction evasion. There just really is no way, unless if they used Azerbaijan, which might be willing to do that, but probably not, and then they transported it into Russia, and then somehow through Kazakhstan and into China, or all the way through Russia into Manchuria, but that's just completely uneconomical at that point. But moving us on out of that, it is time for us to get on out of this question segment and on into the rest of the news, as we have been able to hear some other major developments out of the Middle East over the course of this day. Moving us on down and into the Middle East, there has been a lot that's happened over the past 24 hours. The latest news that we were able to hear, folks, is that U.S. officials say the conflict with Iran is unlikely to end with a nuclear deal, and a resumption of the war is unlikely. The president is comfortable with an indefinite blockade. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. But we have heard conflicting reports today from analysts inside of the White House, which is showing that the decision-making process is all over the place, or as we would like to call it, six-dimensional decision making, because we also got additional statements over the course of the day that apparently there were strikes being considered by the United States of America on Iran. Reuters, citing a U.S. source, stated there are military options on the table, including airstrikes on Iranian military and political leaders. The likelihood of the more ambitious military operations, such as a ground invasion, currently appears lower than it was weeks ago, but still showing that there may be a resumption of the conflict at least hours ago. The most recent statement we got was that we might just sit on our ass and just wait for everyone to economically fold here over on the home front and also the Iranians. But there also was a consideration made earlier today to some possibility of a resumption of military activity. We also were then able to hear also earlier in the day, before that new information came out that we're apparently just willing to sit around and wait, that according to the president, from what an advisor said to Axios, all of Iran's leaders only understand bombs, basically, is what the president said. And apparently, the president is consulting with hawks. I would call these people wise outside the administration, with all of them advising the president to take some kind of military action to break the current deadlock, aka the ongoing blockade, which I would say is
those aren't hawks. I mean, those aren't hawks whatsoever at all. It's like the U.S. we started a war, and I will say I thought it was a good idea to start the war as well. But granted, they needed to plan it out a little bit better. The Strait of Hormuz has been a disaster, but it was a good idea to start it to make sure that Iran couldn't develop a nuke, because they were working toward it. They were working toward ballistics and everything else. So it's like the U.S. started it. It's about a month or two in, and now the U.S. doesn't like the way it's going, so they just want to put the pause button on it and leave everything in disarray. So at this point, I would say those aren't hawks. Those are people simply wanting to finish the job at this point.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And then hours after those statements came out, before the ones that came out that the president's more than willing to just sit around, we then also were able to hear that apparently U.S. intelligence agencies are studying how Iran would respond if the president declared a unilateral victory against Iran and just packed up and left, not actually ending the war, just saying it's ended and then leaving. So apparently they're looking into that one. We've also been able to hear that in the midst of all this, the U.S. Department of Treasury has announced additional sanctions against Iranian banking networks that fund the Iranian regime and the IRGC. Per the release, sanctions targeted private companies known as rabars that help blacklisted banks employ shadow banking networks to help fund the regime. The Iranian Armed Forces General Staff, the Iran's National Iranian Oil Company, and the IRGC. So a new round of sanctions was announced in the midst of all this today. We have also been able to hear that in the midst of this all, domestic gas prices in the United States are rising once again on the national average. And right now, the national AAA average for gasoline prices is $4.17 a barrel. Right now, we understand that it's getting kind of costly to travel around in the country. And also, a lot of people are running out of vital fuels like aviation-grade jet fuel to be able to keep the civil aviation running. We've also been able to hear that, according to the president, in one of the first statements made today, the following. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait, in air quotes, as soon as possible, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The President of the United States.
Oh my God. Yes, sir. The enemy just called us up that we're at war with and told us, hey guys, we're collapsing. Just want to let you know that. Hang the phone up. What the hell kind of universe? I mean, does anybody believe that shit?
Man, sometime in Joseph Stalin's office in 1944, we need to put more people in gulags, Blair. What's that? Oh, Hitler? What's that? Oh, you said Operation Bagration destroyed the whole of Group Army Center? Oh, that's great. Oh, well, thank you for letting us know. No, I'll call you. Thank you. Click. Hey guys, good news! Hitler just told us the Germans are losing. It's like who would ever do that?
That's so stupid. I mean, let's just take a second here and soak this in for a second. I mean, we let this kind of shit slide way too often these days with like this kind of stupidity right here. He is saying that the enemy called up their adversary, and just to call up and say that their country is collapsing. I mean, that is the most bullshit statement I've ever heard. Like that is crazy right there to even put something like that out and think that people are just going to say, oh, I guess Iran called up and said that they're collapsing, they're failing. Just wanted to let you know, guys. It's like, what the, please.
Boy, I remember when the Empire of Japan, Matthew, called us up after the Battle of Midway in 42 and told us that they were really losing the Pacific War then, and it was really the cards were in our hand. I remember also, folks, when we landed at D-Day, that Hitler called up FDR in 44 and told him that Germany was basically screwed at that point, and there was no hope in hell of winning the war. I remember those things vividly, don't y'all? Because every single time, folks, that an enemy is in a mortal struggle with the United States, they are always obligated by the principle of Hollywood to call us up and let us know that we're beating the shit out of them. Because obviously that makes sense. You know, it's not like they're trying to keep some sort of hand in negotiations or leverage us or make themselves appear stronger than they really are, so that way they might be able to get, you know, some concessions made on our end because we're thinking we might not be able to outlast them. No, obviously not. Obviously the key to deal making, folks, is to call up your adversary or your opponent and let them know how disadvantaged you really are and give them all the cards in negotiations. That makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I would say something like that. Also, someone in the chat, it always happens. Someone said, "Why don't you guys stop trashing and get on this team? This is America."
Oh my
This
God.
isn't America. Listen, I am not getting on this team. Like we're just making bullshit up and just saying it just to make it sound like it's going good. Like I'm not on this team. Like I don't know what team y'all are on, but I'm not on that one. I'm on the team of if it's going poorly, simply say that. If it's going good, then we can celebrate our victory. But I'm not on the team, but let's just make shit up and start running with it just to make it seem like we're winning. If we're not, ultimately, no matter what's being said, if the American people are struggling and the prices are rising because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, it's bad. It's not going good. No statement's going to fix that until we actually take action right now in the Middle East and reopen the strait. That's the only thing that's going to fix it. So, it's not patriotism to say let's just fall in line and believe bullshit statements. That's not patriotism.
Well, here's the big question. Where in the world were these people just backing up the home team back when the other president wasn't of their own political party? Where in the world were they backing up the home team then? Like, that didn't exist. The truth of the matter is, folks, is that people love to always talk about, oh, why don't you support the home team? When it's their guy and when it's not their guy, they're basically willing to commit treason at that point to be able to try and say, this isn't my guy and this isn't what we should be doing. Like, I'm an American and I look out for the interests of the nation. I don't really give a damn about the guy in charge, and if he looks like he's stupid, then that is what it is. Like, I'm never going to sit there and sugarcoat someone just because they're the president of the United States. That gets to the point of basically lying to yourself and living in delusion. That's what leads, folks, to the collapse of empires. The Roman Empire collapsed because they lived in this delusional la-la land that they thought they were just the greatest on earth and they didn't have to improve anymore. And that's why the Goths came charging across the Rhine and killed everybody, and then eventually sacked Rome a couple of times before the Western Roman Empire collapsed. That's really why a lot of countries collapse, is because people start getting into this idea that patriotism means that you just blindly live in delusion land instead of actually being patriotic enough to care about the country, to criticize it, to then demand better. I don't really get what people are not understanding about that, because I want to win the war. I don't want to lose the war and then lie to ourselves the whole way through it and pretend like we're winning it when we're obviously not. If we're not winning it, we need to find a way to actually win it instead of just sticking our head up our own asses and pretending like we are. That's just a hallmark of stupidity at that point. But anyways, a lot of people aren't talking at this point about the U.S. intel, speaking about their endeavoring to seeing if we could just pack up and leave the whole thing and declare victory without actually winning the war and just leaving it going on indefinitely, apparently. And a lot of people are answering what would happen right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so just to repeat the question on the poll, U.S. intelligence is allegedly doing research into how Iran would react governmentally and militarily if the U.S. simply declared victory, left the situation the way it is right now, and simply maintained the naval blockade. But what do you think would happen? Because I don't think you have to be an expert to sort of like predict where this is going to go. You can just be a layman and see where this one's going to go. So what do you think? 70%, overwhelming majority, said Iran Iran would rebound and escalate their actions that we went to war in the first place to stop. 12% said Iran would collapse economically, and 9% said, I think it would end half bad or half good, depending on if you're a positive or a negative person. I would say that Iran would almost certainly rebound and escalate their actions because now they're a wounded animal. They've been attacked and they've been hit left and right, and it is true. Their navy's taken massive hits, their ground forces have taken massive hits, but here's the catch though. They still have a massive military force, they still have a massive drone force, and that's all they need to be able to conduct terrorism in the region, which is something that the U.S. cannot allow to stay in place, or otherwise it's going to be leaving the situation pretty much half-cocked for the most part. So I don't think simply walking off and leaving this blockade in place is the answer, because remember this, by the way, whether or not the U.S. is conducting a blockade or not only is Iran's economy hurting from that, but the entire world's economy is hurting from that. So when we hear reports saying that the U.S. is okay with leaving the blockade in place indefinitely, that's basically saying we're okay with the entire world suffering while we try to let this half-assed plan that we put in place try to run its course. That's not a solution. That's called half-assing it, and that's not going to solve anything. It's going to make things worse. So they started the war. You got to finish the war once you started. You can't just pause it and then leave the situation. That's not a good idea. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be well within the 70%. The Iranians would rebound and they would also escalate their actions, and also they're never going to reopen the Hormuz, which is our most pressing crisis right now. So, sitting here on our asses and pretending like this blockade's the coolest thing on earth is going to lead to economic destruction. Packing up and leaving is going to lead to economic destruction. And going to war with them and forcing the Strait of Hormuz open is the only chance we have at avoiding economic destruction for ourselves and inflicting economic and military destruction on them. So when we look at all three of our options right now, the president right now is working off of the two ones out of the three that we could work on that are the absolute worst for the United States in the long term. At this point, we're basically just chalking it up to, no matter what, whether we try and pretend like this blockade's the coolest thing since beans, or we just pack up and leave and pretend like we won, the U.S. economy is going to suffer to the point that people will have wished that we had never gone to war with Iran, and we'd probably be wishing that they had made a nuclear bomb instead and we had done nothing to stop them, because the damage here on the home front and to all of our allies and to the rest of the world is going to be so bad that we may as well be back in the Great Depression in the 1920s and 30s, which I generally would like to avoid. So out of our three options of pretending like we're doing something and in reality hurting ourselves, walking away and hurting ourselves, or going back to war with them and forcibly reopening the strait and helping ourselves, I would go with the one of the three options that actually allows us to do something and help ourselves instead of screwing ourselves over and then a whole bunch of clowns in this country pretending like by screwing ourselves over we're actually doing a good thing for everyone here in this country. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
And also get this as well. Here's something that the U.S. is not considering right now, or if they are considering it, they're really not making it well known to the public. What if China, which is right now militarily supporting Iran and keeping their government in charge and also keeping their military stocked with missiles, what if they decide it's best to keep Iran afloat financially, which they have the capability to do? They can simply keep them afloat in the short term to maximize the damage on the United States economy from the Strait of Hormuz being closed. That's a very big possibility right there. And China would be very incentivized to do that because, right now it's hurting the United States tremendously that this Hormuz Strait is still closed. Also, get this, we're still hearing reports that the Houthis, which are on the other side in Yemen, they are still planning to close the Red Sea Strait. So that could compound the damage if that strait is also closed as well. And it appears to be they have the capacity to do it. They just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. So, there's still a lot of runway right now for the Iranians, the Chinese, etc., to do damage to the United States, which is why we can't just stop. Stopping could be the worst possible thing we could do right now. I just can't even fathom the fact that they're actually thinking about just stopping. Like, that's not a good idea.
It's a bad idea. I don't even think, folks, we need to go into everything over again and rehash it to even explain why that's a bad idea. Obviously by the polling, y'all all understand that would be an atrocious idea. This is the worst one that we could come up with. And sadly, it's not out of the realm of possibility that that might be the decision that we make. And then we see that we may as well be in the situation we're in now, where we're still blockaded. The global economy is going to crash eventually, and this whole thing is going to come out around the pipe. And I see some people in the chat saying, "Well, I don't. How bad could this really get?" Well, don't take our word for it. I mean, take the oil industry experts' words for it, like the CEO of Saudi Aramco or the folks over at BlackRock that do this sort of analysis every day, or all the people from the major U.S. oil companies and all of the oil companies around the world. I mean, all of them are saying that this is going to be unprecedented. It is unprecedented. There has never been a supply disruption where 28% of the world's oil has just been completely cut out of the supply chain. At worst, in the 70s, it was about 7 to 10%. This is 3 times the size of the 70s oil crisis in terms of the shortage, and we've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, don't just ask the CEOs of the oil companies, by the way, which are generally wealthy for the most part. Ask the people that are simply the backbone of most world economies. Like, ask the farmers. I mean, right now in America, I can't remember what was the number. Like, they were up like
in the Midwest.
Yeah, the bankruptcies for farms in America are up by like 70% or something right now. So, I mean, it's being said that a huge contributing factor to that is the rising price of fertilizer, which is being caused by the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So it's already having a massive effect. I mean, we can't just let all the farmers in America go bankrupt because the fertilizer is too expensive. And until the straits reopen, that problem is not going to solve itself. So in the meantime, while the U.S. Government's apparently okay with keeping the strait closed and blockading it indefinitely, everybody else that's not a billionaire or a multimillionaire is literally suffering, including, like Atomic Tsunami said, truckers as well. I mean, everybody's suffering. I mean, the people at the low end are the ones that are suffering the hardest, not the people that have billions of dollars. They have a cushion. The other people don't.
Yeah, and I mean, not just truckers. It's going to be the truckers, the railroads, the shipping companies at sea, the airlines. Everything that y'all buy has to be transported to you, whether it's through Amazon Prime or it's dropped off your doorstep or at a grocery store or some brick and mortar store in your city that you go to buy something at. All of that has to be shipped in somehow to where you are, meaning that the cost of transportation or transportation at all is factored into everything that you purchase. That means that if there's not enough oil to go around, a lot of those goods might not even be able to make it to you. If there is enough oil to go around somehow, it's going to be way more expensive to buy those products because transportation, which is always a factored in cost, is costing way more because there's that little oil left. So either way you look at that and split that hair, that is pretty damn bad. It's not a situation we can just sit on our asses about because everybody, unless if you're, some billionaire, is going to be suffering because you cannot afford the humongous increase in just trying the increased price in just trying to survive in that kind of an economy. It's going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just, we can hash this over a million times over. We'll have to see what the U.S. actually does about this. Only time's going to tell. I see a lot of people have been saying this, and I would generally tend to agree with it. I think the U.S. might be trying to stall until the meeting with Xi Jinping, which I believe that's around May the 14th or 15th. It's sort of like in the middle of May for the most part, so it's a couple of weeks out. I think they're waiting on that meeting before they restart any attacks on Iran. Because I think ultimately they might still restart the attacks, but they're going to try to stall, though, which that's very dangerous to stall that long when you're in a situation as precarious as this. They're going to try to wait until the meeting, and then they might start it after that, depending on how the meeting goes. So I think that might be what they're waiting for.
Maybe it might actually be the case, but I would say that any day spent not conducting military action is a day wasted at this point. We did get to hear that there is going to be some economic damage that is caused to Iran. We did get to hear that according to some information that came out, Iran is running out of capacity to store its oil and only has about 12 to 22 days of capacity left, meaning they're having to cut out more oil production, possibly another 1.5 million barrels per day in mid-May, and that'll be leading them to seeing that their oil fields will, of course, be shrinking as these oil wells will start to collapse due to them not being under the constant pressure of oil flowing out of the reserves below, and that generally will be creating some economic damage over the long term, but not in the next day, because as many of y'all will know, on Sunday, there was someone who asked the question, I think you're wrong. It's going to be 3 days, and the president's right, and Iran's going to collapse economically in 3 days. And I said, okay, we'll wait till Wednesday and see. So far, we haven't seen today that they're economically collapsing. I mean, like, we're hearing news that they might economically get hurt and eventually collapse in like a year, but that's not tomorrow. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, maybe we wake up and the miracles happen and Iran just imploded in on itself in less than 24 hours, which is highly unlikely. I mean, there's less than a 1% chance of that happening, but we'll see. It's never impossible. But anyways, we also were able to hear inside of the capital of Iran that they have banned steel exports, according to Iranian media, which does give us an understanding that the strikes that the U.S. and Israel conducted on metallurgical plants throughout Iran in the armed phase of the conflict were damaging enough that apparently they do not have an ability to continue a production of steel, and for that reason, the steel left in the country is all that they have. And they also do not believe that they'll be able to import any further amounts and any significant tonnage. Moving us on out of that, we now have to get to the bombshell news that came out today out of the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates is the third largest oil producer in OPEC. OPEC is a international cartel of countries that has banded together, and it's been a decades-long alliance at this point, to be able to try and control or fluctuate the price of oil to their advantage. Here are the members of OPEC in dark blue, and here are the members of OPEC Plus in light blue. You can actually see that there is a decent amount of countries in OPEC, or at least the original OPEC. Let's count them. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Algeria, Nigeria, and also, let me make sure I get these countries correct, Gabon and the Republic of the Congo, and also, by the way, Venezuela, which was also a traditional OPEC member. Some members of OPEC Plus include Mexico, Brazil, Sudan, South Sudan, Oman, Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, and finally, Malaysia, which is another OPEC Plus member. The OPEC Plus members are kind of like the extension of OPEC, but the heart of OPEC lies within the actual OPEC cartel. And we have been able to hear that the United Arab Emirates has announced today, one of its original founding members, mind you all, that they are going to be withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC Plus, effective May 1st. As a country that has no obligations under the organization, this will provide us with flexibility, according to the UAE Energy Secretary. So this is a bombshell announcement. I mean, this is one that we've never heard of. We have never heard of a country in modern history, or for at all recorded history, leaving OPEC after it's joined. And not only that, this is the third largest producer in OPEC. Saudi Arabia and I believe Iraq are the only other two in the heart of the OPEC organization that are larger than the UAE. So it looks as though, due to the ongoing war in Iran and Iran attacking the UAE and also screwing them over economically with a blockade, the United Arab Emirates is now packing up and leaving OPEC and is going to be operating independently, meaning that they'll be able to sell their oil at the rate at which they please. They can sell as much of it as they want, or they can sell as little of it as they want. It's up to them now, and they're not at all beholden to any agreements or treaties that they made with the larger OPEC alliance. A lot of people have heard that news today and are starting to wonder what the future of OPEC may be. Is it in jeopardy where everyone might eventually leave OPEC and it's a shell of its former self, basically non-existent on the global stage? Or will OPEC somehow be able to survive this major comeuppance that has now been announced by the UAE and somehow come out the other side largely intact, but of course missing the UAE? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is a massive one right here. I was getting emails from people all day long about this one because obviously it's historic, because OPEC's been around for a while and they've generally had a large say in setting the global oil prices to a large degree just because of the amount of leverage they wield over the global energy economy. So this is a big deal. The UAE is I believe, the third largest oil producer, apparently behind Saudi Arabia and Iraq, that's within OPEC. So it's a big deal when the third largest decides to simply say, hey, we're out, guys, see you later. That's a very big deal. So it's calling into question whether or not OPEC really has as much power as they used to have anymore, or whether or not OPEC could be going by the wayside because of this. And it looks like, according to the poll here, that 44% of the audience said, yes, OPEC is pretty much over, while 32% said, no, OPEC will still survive this, and 17% said, I'm 50-50 on this one. And this is a tough call. Also, by the way, just to go into some more details here about why they apparently left, they're saying that they wanted to leave anyway, but now because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and the prices are all out of whack anyway, it gave them a perfect opportunity to leave the organization without causing too much of a price impact. So that's their official narrative that they're putting forward, but here's the catch. Remember that Iran is also a member of OPEC. So that's a big deal because what's been happening over the last month or two, Iran's been launching monumental attacks on pretty much all their friends in OPEC right across the Persian Gulf. So I think that played a large role in it. The UAE doesn't want to be in any organization with Iran anymore because they just got attacked by them, obviously. So Iran essentially imploded OPEC. That's my take on it. I'm with the 45%. I think OPEC is pretty much over after this big move right here. I think other countries might follow this and generally end up leaving it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with the 45% as well. I think that OPEC is going to be heavily destabilized by this action, and it also may be giving other countries a greater deal of confidence, or at least an idea that they might be better off on their own instead of being a part of the larger OPEC cartel. So I would be with the 45% as well for that reason. Moving us on out of all of the news that we've gotten within the Persian Gulf area, we've also been able to hear of the ongoing U.S. blockade near to the area of the Gulf of Oman. According to information that came out over the course of the day, we were able to hear that the U.S. boarded an Oman-registered container ship named the Blue Star 3, which had left the Pakistani port of Gwadar because they suspected it to be bound for Iran. So this vessel didn't even make it to Iran, it just made it out into the area of the Gulf of Oman and then was seized by the United States of America. We actually have the video here from U.S. Central Command showing the helicopters leaving the deck of a support ship to go and seize the Blue Star 3 off the coast of Pakistan earlier today. There they go.
They're being very safe with the torches. Look at this.
Man, safety first. That's what I've said for 30 years. And it was a little vessel. I mean, this thing is absolutely tiny.
It's almost a dinghy.
Pretty much. We now see some more of the boarding team rappelling onto the containers below and creating a firing line aimed at the bridge to make sure they don't do anything stupid. We now see them entering the superstructure and making their way to the bridge, bringing the vessel under U.S. control, or U.S., I guess you could say custody is the best way to say that. We also were able to see that the USS Tripoli has been involved in continued blockade actions, and satellite photography did confirm that they are within the northern Arabian Sea at this moment. Outside of that information, we have also been able to hear that the Houthis are now preparing to possibly toll the Bab el-Mandeb, as we were able to hear that apparently Iran is already charging transit fees in the Strait of Hormuz, and now reports suggest the Houthis are exploring similar tolls in the Bab el-Mandeb, another critical global shipping route in between the coastlines of Yemen, Eritrea, and Djibouti. But outside of that, it does appear that the Bab el-Mandeb may be closed by the Houthis at some point in the future, and they may charge some sort of a fee or an excise for ships to be able to pass through, or they may start to conduct unsolicited attacks against ships that are passing through this area. If ships do attempt to pass through the area or do pay the toll by the Houthis, they will then have to try and compete with the bloodthirsty and money-hungry Somali pirates, which will also attempt to seize their vessel once they make it out of the Bab el-Mandeb. So
It's a
basically,
Thunderdome.
It's
It's basically the gauntlet, the Thunderdome. I mean, it's becoming very treacherous to do any type of trade here. The only downside is these are two highly critical straits. You can't operate the global economy without either one of these right here. So it's pretty ugly that they're all deciding to act up all at the same time. I wonder if there's any coordination behind it.
Honestly, man, I think the Somali pirates are just opportunists. There's definitely cooperation. Yeah, I think so, man. I think they just realized, man, that like the whole area is a shithole at this point, and they're like, oh, it's breeding ground for us. Like, let's get out there. And they just started getting to it again. Because I mean, who in the world's going to pay attention to them? You know, out of all of the heavy hitters, the Iranians themselves, the Houthis. No one's going to care about a little Somali pirate going out there. God forbid a Somali pirate get a little bit of motion. So they're just out there taking advantage of the chaos that's enveloping the region right now. I don't really think they're coordinating with anyone. Because, you know, remember back in the day, it was a very cottage industry sort of piracy. And I would believe it still is. Because it's just a group of, like tribal elders and whatever. They're like, let's make money. And then they get a couple of boats that they go out to sea and start seizing ships and holding them for ransom. I have a feeling it's still that same cottage industry sort of setup like it was back then.
Yeah, it could be. I remember when the Houthis tried to dip their toes in a couple of piracy acts themselves, like actually like taking down some pretty big ships. I remember they got the car ship a while back, and it happened to be the car ship was loaded with like Hellcats and like sports cars and stuff like that, apparently. And then like a week later, you saw all these Houthi terrorists, goosing the Hellcat around the street and the corners and stuff like that inside of Yemen. It's just a free for all around this area. Like, it's super dangerous.
Man, it's insanely dangerous. This is basically, folks, like sailing into the Caribbean in like the early 1700s. There's piracy and violence around every corner. You just never know. But outside of that, we have also been able to get some other interesting developments out of the region as well. Moving us on up and into Israel, we have been able to hear that the Israelis are, of course, in the business of love and peace. According to Zelensky, apparently they're loving a little too much. Let's hear what Zelensky had to say today. In all normal countries, purchasing stolen goods is an act that entails legal responsibility. This also applies to the grain stolen by Russia. Another ship with such grain has arrived in the Israeli port of Haifa and is preparing to unload. This is not and cannot be pure business. The Israeli authorities cannot be unaware of which ships and with what cargo arrive in the country's ports. Russia systematically takes grain from temporarily occupied Ukrainian land and organizes the export of such grain by individuals associated with the occupiers. Such transactions violate the legislation of the State of Israel itself. Ukraine has taken all necessary steps through diplomatic channels to prevent such incidents. However, we see that another such ship has not been stopped. I have instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine to inform all our state's partners about the situation. Based on information from our intelligence services, Ukraine is preparing a corresponding sanctions package, which will include both those who directly transport this grain and those individuals and legal entities who attempt to profit from such a criminal scheme. We will also coordinate with our European partners to ensure that the relevant individuals are included in European sanction regimes. Ukraine counts on partnership relations and mutual respect with every state. We are generally working to enhance security, including in the Middle East region. We expect the Israeli authorities to respect Ukraine and not take steps that weaken bilateral relations. So it looks as though, folks, the Israelis have gotten into dabbling in illegal grain. That's a little interesting, and from the Russians, no less. That's a little odd. Like, you know, for the Israelis to put economic enterprises with the enemies of the Republic over those that would align with our interests and the interests of our sphere of influence, that's a little odd, wouldn't you all say?
Seems a little bit odd. There's some more details to it, by the way. And also, it seems like the Ukrainians got into a spat with some Israeli legislature on Twitter. I had seen that earlier. They were apparently arguing it out. It sounds like the Israelis were accusing Ukraine of not having evidence and also not lodging the appropriate legal complaint inside of Israel. And then Ukraine retorted by saying, well, you know, you can't take our stolen Ukrainian grain. So there's a dispute about it. But I mean, the fact that there's even a dispute about something like this is already a bad sign, in my opinion. So, I mean, seems a little bit strange to me, to say the least.
But I would have to say, though, like those additional details, not to use the old Bill Gates term, but it's basically hogwash because they already let in a ship with sanctioned grain before and offloaded it into Israel, which the Ukrainians did complain about. And now this is the second one of its type that's doing that as well. And so the Israelis can say, oh, you didn't put in the right legal complaint. It didn't matter the last time, so what would it matter this time if they did that again? You know, the Israelis would just ignore it and unload the grain anyways into Israel.
Yeah, I got to say, here's my take. Between Israel or Ukraine, if I had to take somebody's side and believe one or the other, I would generally believe Ukraine on this matter because, I mean, Ukraine has no real reason to start a fight with Israel. I mean, why would they? I mean, Israel was going to provide some used systems that they were really hesitant to give Ukraine. They waited a long time before they finally decided to give Ukraine some assistance militarily, and then they reluctantly did it. But, you know, in the meantime, though, Israel's been making a whole lot of friendly overtures toward Vladimir Putin in the meantime. So Israel is kind of in a weird spot about what they're doing right now in the world. Like, they're in a really weird spot. They're kind of like buddying up with Russia a little bit. They're not so much on Russia's side. And they're kind of against Ukraine, kind of for Ukraine a little bit. They're kind of in this quasi weird spot. But, you know, between the two, I mean, Ukraine doesn't really have a reason to lie. So I would tend to believe the Ukrainian claim.
I would tend to believe the Ukrainian claim because we do know of a time that this happened before, which we did cover on the channel, and the Israelis did unload the grain and said, oh, that's an unfortunate tragedy. We'll have to be careful next time. And then they weren't careful the next time because here's another ship arriving at an Israeli port to unload the grain. I would have to say, folks, the Israelis are full and well understood where this grain is coming from. A nation's customs officials are always aware of where a ship has come from and what cargoes it's carrying, because the customs inspections and officials have to make sure that whatever is on that ship is legal to be offloaded into an Israeli port. And if there is any illegal contraband on board, even if it isn't going to be unloaded in Israel, it is the legal duty of the Israeli government and those port officials to seize that cargo and possibly seize the vessel and impose fines against the company, the ship, or its master for carrying sanctioned cargoes or contraband. So the fact that the ship has arrived in Israel has already shown that there was some order that was made by an Israeli company, apparently with the blessing of the Israeli government, I would assume, because otherwise this wouldn't have been allowed the first time and a second time, for them to go up to Russia, load up with grain, and then come back down with illegal Ukrainian grains and load it in Israel. And I'd have to also say, folks, that's starting to show something that I'm finding quite concerning. The Israelis seem to be considering their relationships economically with the Russians to be a lot more important than their standing here in the West. They are willing, at least with this action, to piss off the entirety of Europe, which is heavily aligned with Ukraine, to prioritize their economic interests with the Russians. Now, I'm generally one who says that a country is either with us or against us. I give some wiggle room for that here and there, like, whenever a situation gets a little bit questionable, but when you're buying products from, well, illegal products, that is, from an enemy country of the United States, and economically enriching them in the process, and clearly going around the sanctions to be able to do such a thing by Ukraine, us, and everyone else, that's kind of starting to show such a questionable allegiance to our alliance that it starts to bring up questions to me about how big of an ally a country like that could really be. And a lot of people seem to be talking about that right now in the chat about this developing situation. And while my esophagus collapsed right there because that was such a bombshell, my esophagus couldn't take it, it just imploded. but beyond that, do the sea line. But beyond that, a lot of people are wondering what should be done about this. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Now, see, that's why you don't talk bad about Israel. See what happens to you? Bad things happen. A little bit of that little esophagus problem is sort of coming back up on its own accord, eh? But anyway, so Ukraine is claiming that Israel is purchasing stolen Ukrainian grain and they're threatening major sanctions. So what are your thoughts? 66% said Israel should be sanctioned and they agree with Ukraine, while 16% said unsure and undecided, and 14% said Israel can do whatever the hell it wants, and 5% said Ukraine's making it up. So I'm a little bit confused about the 14% that said Israel could do whatever it wants. I mean, they have to abide by the rules just like everybody else. They don't have a free pass or something. So I mean, if this allegation by Ukraine is true that Israel's apparently or allegedly purchased stolen Ukrainian grain, then they should 100% be sanctioned to the umpteenth degree over that, because I mean, for regular people, if you do something like this and it turns out that this allegation is true, you would be guilty of what's known as receiving stolen property, which is a crime, and you'd go to prison for that. So if a country does it, I mean, I think there should be consequences there too if a country does it. So if Ukraine can prove it, and that's a big, big if Ukraine can actually prove it with substantial evidence that Israel is purchasing stolen Ukrainian grain, then I would say sanction the hell out of Israel at that point. They should know better than that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that some people are saying, "Oh, Zelensky's full of shit." Why in the world would people assume that? Now, I would have to say, folks, out of the two countries' leaders, Netanyahu and Zelensky. Now, both of them don't run perfect track records in honesty, but it's a bit of a sliding scale as to who is more honest than the other. Zelensky is a far more honest person than Netanyahu has been in the 3 years that we've had to cover the Middle East, just being a little bit honest with y'all. I mean, there's been a lot of things that Netanyahu has said that are just not even true at all, and there's been some things that Zelensky has said seldomly that are not true, but most of what Zelensky says is very carefully weighed out, because Ukraine is in a much more perilous position if they don't weigh their words carefully and they say whatever they want. They could end up in a very bad situation with how people react to that. So with that in mind, I would much rather believe the Ukrainian claim that they are taking in sanctioned Russian grains or sanctioned Ukrainian grains that the Russians have stolen than the claims by the Israelis, "Oh, we don't know, and it's not Ukrainian grain." Like, I would much more doubt those claims, because we also have to remember, folks, that it was Israel just earlier this year that stated that they had a significant friendship and in a great relationship with the Russian Federation and its people. Now, that's not really something that a country that is well within the Western world would say. You don't hear people saying that in a place like Poland or Britain or Italy or Ukraine or Japan or even the United States or Canada. You don't hear that from anyone else. So the fact that they said that earlier in the year, and then this is happening right now, and it had already happened before last year, it's giving me kind of the idea that this is most likely a credible claim by the Ukrainians. Also, the Ukrainians track this grain to figure out who in the world's taking it, because they have this cool thing, folks, the Ukrainians do in the SBU, called hit teams, and they send them around, usually Africa, to go and wipe out anybody who's affiliated with the Russians. And so they don't like it when people steal their grain, and they'll go send a hit team out to go find someone if it's a place in the world that can happen, and they'll go take a hit on them, or they'll try and conduct some form of economic slapbacks if they can, or snapbacks is the way to say that appropriately, to be able to try and get at those people. So the fact that the Ukrainians are saying this, they are tracking the grain, they are seeing that showing up in an Israeli port, and if the Ukrainians can prove that without a shadow of a doubt, I would say that sanctions would be an appropriate action at this point, because this is clearly showing that the Israelis prioritize the economic interest of our enemies more than our allies and their military standing, and that's not necessarily a country that we would want to be aligned with strategically in the future. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, and it's now time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we've been able to hear out of Israel. We did get to hear that the Israeli government did state today, according to the chairman of Israel's Foreign Affairs and Security Committee, that the Iranian regime is about to pay a heavy price. And he called on the Israeli state to wait patiently and remain alert. Meanwhile, up in the area of the Israeli border, it was business as usual. The Israelis did take down a Hezbollah drone today within the area of the border using a new gun sight, which we're able to see right here. We can see them lining up the drone on target, taking a shot, and the drone goes down rather quickly, basically within 2 shots of the rifle. And we can see here them showing a slow motion replay of this once again, but you can largely get the idea off the first bat. These sorts of gun optics here appear to be helping greatly in the infantrymen being able to deal with and engage enemy drones, especially those of the FPV type. We also were able to see that there was an interception that was conducted today over northern Israel as the Israelis were destroying a major tunnel network in southern Lebanon, which we saw in this clip right here.
Hey, yo, is that ceasefire kind of like not ceasefiring?
Not really. The war's back on. It's business as usual. We also got to hear that there were rocket warnings around the area of Shalomi. So moving us on out of that, we also were able to hear that inside of southern Lebanon, the Israelis did destroy a tunnel network today, and the only way they know how, Moabs. We got to see that. And we hear olive oil somewhere in the background.
Wow.
Moving us on from that, we also got to see that Hezbollah alleged today that they shot down a Hermes 900 drone. We have no video or picture evidence of that actually happening, so it's an allegation at this point. We're still waiting to see if this ends up being true or false. But that was the situation inside of Lebanon today, so it appears that the ceasefire has collapsed. A ninth war ended. Yeah, bravo! Anyways, moving us on from all that fun in the Middle East, we've also been able to hear, moving us on towards Pakistan and Afghanistan, that the Pakistani artillery was firing on the Taliban today. We can see them firing off that MLRS in the background as they pose for the camera. Wow, that's cool. Moving us on out of that, we also were able to hear that China is trying to set itself up to supply jet fuel to Asian nations that are running low. This is most likely an attempt to be able to build up goodwill with these countries and also gain a little bit of soft influence and power over these particular countries. Moving us on out of that news, we've also been able to hear, moving us down on into Mali, that the rebel leader today has announced that they are declaring a siege of the city of Bamako. Hey, that flag looks really familiar.
Hey, yo. Also, by the way, man, I don't think those are 4K monitors behind his head back there. Those look like they could come from 1990.
Yeah, they kind of do. And you know, this guy, man, like, I'm not going to lie, man, he looks like he's about to become the Duke of Arrakis. You know what I mean? Like from the movie Dune.
Bro's got that like that thick headband going on. It's got something in it.
Man, you know, all of his followers, folks, I heard they go, he's the Lisan al-Gaib, and then like a little song plays, yeah, and and then they like siege Bamako. So like just to get y'all through this, I'm not going to play the clip because we believe it's from Al Jazeera. But the leader of the rebel group said that they're seizing Bamako and basically they're winning this conflict hands down at this point. It doesn't really look like the government stood a chance, and the Russian African Corps has been getting absolutely obliterated at this point throughout the entirety of the country. So it looks like the government's on the way out, and this won't be like, oh Lord, dude, is that a Glock on the table?
That's no Glock. But that'd be like the 10 mil if it was. That bore is too big on that.
Bro, that's that 10-cent 10 mil right there.
That's one of those weapons right there. Nobody's really sure where it came from, but it's here.
Oh my Lord, dude. This guy set down the pistol like he's like a video game character from Call of Duty. Let me see. Does he pick it up? No, he doesn't. He just talks about the siege of Bamako. So Bamako is being sieged. It looks like the rebel forces are largely have the situation well in hand at this point. But it can always turn around. We never know. But I think the Russians are too far stretched to really help out in Mali at this point. So the Russian African Corps is just going to have to work with what they have, and it looks like they're losing right now with what they've got. So moving us on out of all that, we also have some news that came out of the United States of America today. We were able to hear in Washington, D.C., that today in a vote in the Senate, they vote to reject a resolution to block the president from launching a U.S. military strike on Cuba was shot down 51-47, meaning that the president could conduct military actions on the communist Cubans any day, or largely whenever. Also, by the way, big news for everyone. We also were able to hear that today in the Congress, a bill has been brought forward to appropriate $400 million for the building of the White House ballroom, which I'm pretty sure up until this point we were told was not going to cost the taxpayers a single cent. Now it's going to cost us $400 million.
Damn. Also, I heard we had a new passport design, by the way. I sent you a picture of it in Discord if you want to show people real quick.
I'm not even going to show that one.
I mean, you might want to, man. I mean, we got to report the news. Just check your Discord. You might want to show the people.
Oh, okay, we'll show it. Oh, it's that one. Hey, look at that.
Oh, look at that. That's crazy. That's that wild right there. I hadn't seen that angle of the president before. That's kind of wild.
Man, I mean, I'm not. Man. I gotta say, it's kind of nice looking, but you should have done the whole Fetterman fit. You should have gotten on like a t-shirt, like a sporting goods outdoor vest, and then tied a tie directly around the skin of your neck. I think that would have been a much better look.
Honestly, I think so. Honestly, right here, I would be like, I feel a little bit weird. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So I see people laughing at it. I did this today because I was finding it so absurd about the picture and the passport thing. And also, I'm sorry if y'all find that political, but it's kind of weird to put your picture in the passport. If I was the president, I would never, ever say put my damn picture in the passport. I'd be like, take that damn picture out of the passport book and put like a picture of like a national park or something like that on it. Not my face though, like anything but my face.
Man, I just saw someone say, "Don't complain, it's peanuts." I just find it so interesting, people who say that, because when I think about that in the reverse, I can already hear what people will be saying if the last president had his face put on the U.S. passports. Like, not that I support that, and not that I would want him to do that. I don't want anyone to do that, but I can already hear what people would be saying about the last guy if he did that, and that's what lets me know that it's a stupid idea, generally, and of course people are going to be like, oh my God, that's so political. Well, no U.S. president has done that before. It's breaking with tradition. So generally just on the fact of breaking with tradition, I'm not really a big fan of it, just to put it that way. But anyways, moving us on from all that, and also, folks, by the way, I hope everyone...
Also, by the way, just to get this clear, apparently people don't know because not everybody knows what we look like. That was me superimposed on the passport thing that the White House had put out today, by the way. So that was a picture of me. Someone says, "Is that Hegseth?" Please don't assault me.
Don't you dare!
Like, please don't. Like, come on, please. Like, come on now, come on. I don't look like that. But that was me though. That was superimposed on it.
Man, I gotta say, but on top of that, folks, I gotta tell y'all, folks, I hope that many of y'all are looking forward to that taxpayer paid for ballroom, because it's not like I remember folks saying last night when I was like, I don't like it, it's breaking the symmetry. People are like, oh, shut the hell up, you're not even paying for it. Now I am paying for it, so I'm going to obviously say I'm not for that at all. I'm about to be dealing with increased gas prices and grocery prices and everything else, and then in the meantime, my tax dollars that I have to pay by law are going to be used to build some opulent ballroom for something I'm never going to use. No, that's now I'm going to openly say I'm not for that at all. But anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be moving on and into Switzerland because the International Agency, the International Atomic Energy Agency, say today something that is not that scary at all. The IAEA chief Grossi stated, the risk of nuclear war has increased to a level not seen since the Cold War. Well, moving us on from that cute statement, we've also been able to hear some other news that came out of the Russian Federation today. Inside of the city of Simferopol, just 40 kilometers away, we did get to see that there were some Iskander storage sites that were hit and blown up by the armed forces of Ukraine.
My goodness. You know, I'm getting like really surprised with like how good AI is getting with stuff like that. Like, I sent that to a friend earlier today. I was like, "Look at this new photo right here," and they were like, "What the hell?" They were like, "What?" The only thing that tipped them away that it was a phony was that it didn't have my signature. It had the president's signature at the bottom of it because the AI didn't change that part. But it's getting like that. That looks pretty accurate. Like it looks like somebody professionally did that.
Man, honestly, man, it does look pretty professional. Moving us on out of that, by the way, and on up into the rest of our strikes that we were able to see. Oh, I forgot to cover this about Tuapse. The Russians are turning the situation around in Tuapse, folks. They're going to save the area. They brought in one S-300 today, and these were the pictures of it. And I don't know where they got this S-300 unit from, but it looks like it came out of the scrapyard.
They're finding them from anywhere. They're looking under rocks. They're looking in different regions. They're looking to Antarctica. They just need air defense.
When they're sending their air defenses, they're not sending their best. like they're really not anymore. They're running low. But moving us on out of that development, we also get to see that up in Belgrade, specifically in the town of Volatovo, that Russian forces were getting hit pretty badly by the Ukrainians deep behind the lines. This was like 90 kilometers away from the border. And there's the town right there, Bliat. There it is, Volotovo. And now we can see exactly where the Russians were in this tree line with the Kasto-2E radar. The Ukrainians will blow it up. There it is. There it is. And here it goes, Bliat. Let's just get a little bit closer. Take a sneak peek, Bliat. Wow, that's a big old radar, Bliat. Opa!
They hit it. Whoa.
I gotta say, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. We also got to see that there were drones flying over Belgrade, which led the air defense to panic.
Нет.
Oh.
Братан.
Oh, it's sputtering.
Нет, братан, нет. Пожалуйста.
They actually hit it with air defense.
Oh my god, this is like the first time in 4 years. Like, that's crazy. Moving this on out of that clip and on out of Belgrade. We also were able to see the Russian casualty report over the... Actually, before we get to that, we did get to see this... sorry everyone, that one's too spicy. I didn't think it was. I watched the whole thing. I thought it was fine. Apparently not. So we're moving on into the Russian casualty report. And holy moly...
Whoa, 5 Bobcats. Damn, man, what they do at the depot today, like with the Bobcats in it, that's crazy. I haven't seen 5 in ages.
Man, I haven't seen that in ages either. And I'd have to say, folks, to address this special occasion, good googly boogly, that thing is juicy. And I gotta tell you, it really is. 5 Bobcats in a day, not bad. But Miss Disa, the keeper of the record, stated today, 276 auto and fuel tanks is the 4th highest daily loss. 16 APCs is the highest in the past month. No tanks for the 4th day. And 5 Bobcat skid steers is also the highest in the past month. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful world. And over the past 24 hours, 1,180 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 16 APCs, 276 supply trucks, 34 artillery systems, 1,039 drones, 2 MLRSs, and 5 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a very impressive day and one hell of a thing to see. Moving us on out of that and on into the front lines, which our footage and videos are very sparse for today we did get to see this picture here of some Ukrainian Mi-24s and Mi-17s refueling and rearming at a temporary airstrip in basically a grass field. It's kind of a cool picture, and the pic went hard. Feel free to screenshot. We also were able to see that inside the area of the Pokrovsk front, the Ukrainian Armed Forces were also continuing to hit the Russians in the 68th Jaeger Brigade and hitting that loud drum and bass, as they always do. It is tradition. And here comes the Ukrainian drone, and they go ahead and hit the first vehicle. Rest in
Well,
peace
they
to
sure are moving
Ruski.
slow. Look at them. Look how slow they're moving. Look.
Rest in
Look
peace
at
to
these guys.
Ruski. He got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah.
Oh, look, here's full
Kabloom.
speed right here. Oh my.
Oh, look,
Oh
it's a
man.
whole score of them right here crawling on the ground. Oh well, unfortunate,
You
isn't
know,
it?
it might be a smart idea if they like just kept driving the ATV forward, like don't stop for the drone because it's not going to work that well. Keep driving, and then once it gets near you, flip it to the side, so that way the underside catches the drone. That's the way I've seen it in the movies.
You know, Matthew, that might work. You know, I think Matthew, we should suggest that to the Russian army. Maybe they'll help them. Maybe it'll help them a little. I wish I could have shown you all that video of the Ukrainian drone hitting the dirt bikes, because to explain it to y'all really quickly, because I can't show it. It was two dirt bikes that were racing down a road at full speed, and the Ukrainian drone was getting close, and the first guy in the line on the dirt bike panicked, and he actually flipped. The second guy hit like some sort of a dip, and he bounced up, and while the other guy was flipping in air, the second guy on the dirt bike came down, and the rear wheel, no joke folks, landed square between the other guy's legs while he was flipping in the air, hitting him in the nuts, and then the drone hit the both of them at that very moment right there. I mean, I'm not even kidding. It was the work of comedy to watch that one happen, and the Ukrainians were able to get a 2-for-1 with that drone, which has never been seen before, but apparently it was just a little too spicy to show. But anyways, moving us on from that, we also got to see in the Donetsk area that the Ukrainians are continuing to hit Russian rear line logistics, including this fuel truck, which was hit just outside Donetsk today. Opa.
Whopa.
Opa. Well, with that, folks, it's time for us to move on up to Kyiv and to get the speech from the president of Ukraine with a new upgraded
Oh.
fit.
Oh, we have a speech. Like, it's been ages. Zelensky, he's given us a speech. Like, I hope he doesn't do away with these. We need these speeches right here. Look, he has gold on the wall. Oh man.
I robbed the taxpayers of the United States for its gold trident. Someone's about to say that. I'll put money on it. And it's like, no, they didn't. It's clad with gold. It's not gold. Like you think they'd
It's
really
just
make one
paint.
solid gold. You know, I mean, like, honestly, though, it's like, if anyone should be asking about, like, stolen gold, I mean, like, you know, like, the Oval Office is, like, covered in stuff. So, I mean, you know, it's like, this one thing versus, oh, hey, you know, I mean, you know. Anyways, enough of that stuff, folks. It is time for us to get on to the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. So, without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Головне станом на зараз були важливі доповіді наших розвідок, ГУР, Служба зовнішньої розвідки України, передусім про те, що Росія планує, сподіваючись, що нестабільність у світі дасть Росії більше доходів, можливостей воювати. Мир вони не планують. На жаль, ми сприймаємо це тверезо, ми будемо захищати себе, ми будемо захищати Україну. Ми будемо продовжувати тиск на Росію, все робити, щоб була реальна дипломатія. Мир ми плануємо. І ми заради цього в Україні та з партнерами працюємо. Ми розуміємо, як війна в Ірані впливає на настрої американської команди. Американці зайняті іншим, не війною тут в Європі. Європа має менше можливостей впливу на Росію, але у нас свої завдання. Українська команда в постійному контакті з американськими партнерами, щоб там розуміли і ризики, і перспективи. І також з Європою. Та ми збільшуємо наші оборонні спроможності. Маємо дані, які напрямки для росіян будуть основними весною та літом, і також додаткові їхні напрямки на осінь. Ми дамо партнерам наявну інформацію про операції, які росіяни потенційно планують в країнах НАТО. Україна і партнери можуть захистити себе. Ми готуємо і нашу енергетику до наступного опалювального сезону. Є вже роботи по ремонту і відновленню в усіх регіонах. Ми працюємо і по альтернативній генерації, і по росту енергетичних зв'язків з партнерами. В кожному місті України і в Києві, де зимою було дуже важко, і в інших наших містах, в кожній громаді має бути резерв. Все, що потрібно, щоб у людей були електрика, опалення за будь-якого розвитку подій. Наша стійкість в таких умовах, наша сила на фронті, наші відповіді на російські удари – це теж поштовхи агресора до дипломатії. На цю п'ятницю призначив широку нараду з урядовцями, військовими, представниками місцевих влад, наших громад, з представниками енергетичних компаній України, щоб там, де зараз є відставання від графіку робіт, де потрібно додаткове фінансування, де потрібні додаткові генераційні проекти, щоб були ухвалені рішення. Якщо треба буде РНБО, ми проведемо РНБО. Якщо потрібні будуть кадрові висновки, ми зробимо кадрові висновки. Відповідальність за підготовку до зими, відповідальність персональна, є рішення і для того, щоб у нашої держави, у нашої оборони був достатній фінансовий ресурс, в тому числі за рахунок того, що Україна має колосальну безпекову експертизу, сильні можливості виробляти зброю. Є у нас зараз напрямки виробництва, які мають профіцит виробничих спроможностей 50%. Експорт української зброї буде реальним. Українські військові завжди матимуть право першого і достатнього обсягу. Військові візьмуть те, що потрібно, а понад цей обсяг – експорт. РНБО України на основі міжурядових угод з партнерами буде визначати рамки співпраці, просто щоб українські технології, українська зброя не дісталась росіянам. Урядовці разом з РНБО, разом з нашими спеціальними службами готові спростити бюрократичні процедури, умови роботи в Україні, зберігаючи необхідний експортний контроль. Потрібні також автоматичні дозволи на експорт в такому режимі, щоб час отримання дозволу був чітким, не створював ґрунту для корупції. Наш особливий формат роботи з партнерами, які допомагають Україні, Drone Deals, вже в роботі з країнами з 3 частин світу: Близький Схід, Затока, Європа, Кавказ. Є пропозиції на столі у наших американських партнерів, і це про дрони, про системи оборонні, наші інші види зброї, які потрібні, щоб у повітрі, на землі, на морі можна було будувати реальний захист. Ще раз, умови мають бути вигідні Україні, має бути чіткий контроль, і гроші за експорт мають допомагати Україні захищатися. Так і буде. Говорили сьогодні також з прем'єр-міністром України Юлією Свириденко про роботу державних компаній. Будуть зміни. Частина державних компаній працює досі не в державних інтересах і не на державний бюджет. Кабінет міністрів України та самі компанії повинні це виправити. Слава Україні!
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1525 of the news from around the world. And we did it, folks. Another 2 hours and 2 hours and 30 minutes. I was about to say 30 seconds. That'd be a huge understatement. 2 hours and 30 minutes of news, and we've done it again, folks. We've done it again. We've made it through another night of news, and 103,000 people have watched that happen over the past 2.5 hours, and we are absolutely grateful and appreciative to so many of y'all watching this channel and considering it to be your primary source of news. We take great pride and honor in being able to cover this news for all of y'all every day, and I hope that once again we've done y'all a great pride and a great honor by covering it with the greatest amount of analysis and information that we have, the greatest amount of facts, and trying to make sure that we stay as unbiased and factual as possible when reporting this news. It is now time for us to move on into that second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every one of y'all. And of course, we'll be able to talk about anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10's relevant in modern warfare or not. But I'm sure we have much to talk about outside of those things, many of things to talk about, to be entirely frank. But Matthew, please tell us, what do we have to talk about tonight? And please do take it away.
Okay, so it's time for our final question segment of the stream. It's time to get the super chats, the live chat questions, and the Morse code decoders. And starting off strong with our first super chat of the last segment. This one is going to go to none other than Purple Gerbil, who puts in a very generous $100 support. And a big shout out to the Gerbil for that massive support, and we do appreciate that very much from a channel legend. And they said, "Good evening, all, and please take a live chat question and LSA forever."
And thank you so much for the unbelievably amazing support, Purple Gerbil. I gotta say, we're greatly appreciative of folks like you Purple Gerbil, for supporting this channel and helping it to keep running, because you're making it possible. And a big good evening to you. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that everyone in the LSA is doing well tonight. Are y'all doing well? Are y'all doing well? I hope y'all are. I hope y'all are doing well. And outside of that, we will make sure to take a live chat in your honor, Purple Gerbil, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And Matthew, what do we got?
So the live chat question in honor of the gerbil is going to go to none other than Mark McKernan. He said, a lot of Russians fled a previous mobilization, and do y'all think that'll happen again with this larger one that's coming up?
They've generally shut down the borders to the point that nobody can really leave anymore, so we're kind of doubting it. We're thinking that they might actually be able to try and keep in enough manpower to start conscripting them once they declare a mass mobilization. So they'll try, but most likely unsuccessfully, in my opinion, from what I know. So I hope that does address that live chat the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support, Purple Gerbil, and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that addressed that live chat incredibly well. I also got to say before we move on, a humongous thanks to everyone who does support the channel. We do a little speech like this here and there, and I feel like we're obligated to, because we have to always let people know how much we appreciate them, their viewership, and their support, because if it wasn't for folks like Purple Gerbil and everybody else who supported the channel tonight that we've already talked to, and we're going to be talking to, whether it be $1 or hundreds of dollars, you all help this channel to be financially possible for us to run behind the scenes, and for everybody else to have a show out there on air right now. If it wasn't for all of y'all who went out of your way to support a channel that you do not have to support, this kind of crowdfunded news would not be a reality. We would be beholden to some sort of private equity group in the background that would be telling us what to say and do, so we could try and keep this thing financially afloat, or we'd be beholden to sponsors and everything else that would be telling us what we can and what we can't say, meaning that we wouldn't be able to cover the news the way we do every single night. It's folks like y'all who help us to be able to be a lighthouse in the dark of the news coverage that we see these days, to be able to report stuff for what it is, the good, the bad, and the ugly, to not take a political side, and to be able to criticize equally while keeping the best interest of our nation and our sphere of influence alive and well here in the LSA. And I gotta thank folks like you amazingly once again for that, Purple Gerbil, and everyone else who supported tonight, because you're making this whole thing possible for us and everybody else. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Chris Feilbach, another longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Chris, for that support. And Chris said, today's orb word of the day is morbid. The word morbid describes a noun that is related to disease or death. LLT, LSA, and LLT orb. And I tell you, it's a crazy word, that morbid. There's a thing called morbid obesity. That's what they call it. Being obese to the morbid. It's an ugly thing. Some call it a disease. That's what they say. There's nothing that a little bit of that Ozempic can't solve. You know, a little Ozempic, they say. They say a little stuff, a little bit of that, a little bit of here, a little bit of there. It's a crazy thing. But morbid obesity, it's crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
They always used to say, Ozempic, and now people are saying, I'm blind, and it's a whole thing now. It's really something.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Blinded by the light, Matthew. What are you talking about? Fake news. Beyond that, I gotta say, an amazing thing. Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to know amazing orb words of the day, incredible orb words of the day. And I've got to say that it's an amazing and wonderful thing for folks like you to help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Right Geek Project. And thank you, Right Geek, for that $50 support as well. And they said, why is Russia not retaliating to all the damage caused by Ukraine? And Ukrainian media reported during U.S. President and Russia President phone call, the Russian president mentioned he wants a large-scale war, and it could wipe out large population if he does what he is saying.
And I gotta say, let's see. And generally, the reason why is that the Russian Federation is pretty much going all out on the daily right now. There really isn't a way for them to be able to respond in any larger form to Ukraine unless they started to use tactical nuclear weapons. Because when we've been saying for years now that Russia is operating at their full military capacity, they quite literally are operating at their full military capacity. There's literally nothing further that they could do to be able to retaliate, and that's also what's kind of tied their hands recently. Is that the Ukrainians are able to escalate to levels that they've never done before, really responding to what the Russians have already done to them in the past. And that means that the Russians, in turn, actually don't have any way to escalate any farther because they're literally all the way at the top of the escalatory ladder for them outside of nuclear weaponry. The Ukrainians have just started, and they're starting to make their way on up the ladder, a lot like we saw in Tuapse Port just recently. So that's really the reason why we've seen that the Russians don't really appear to be reacting in any clear, concerted way, at least against Ukrainian major attacks like this, because they're already at the very limit of what they can do retaliatory-wise every day against the Ukrainians and have been for many years. And also on top of that, I would have to say, let's see, he wants a large-scale war. I would say on the last part, I'm not entirely sure, but I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and and it helps us to keep this thing running. And so big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from Rick Galenshin, and thank you very much, Rick, for that $30 support all the way from Canada, and we do appreciate that from our Canadian viewer. And Rick said, thanks for all your hard work, guys.
And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying our hard work, Rick Galenshin. And I gotta say, we thank you so much for being one of our viewers from the northern lands of Canada. The lands of maple syrup, of Mounties, of John Candy, of William Shatner, and many other people. Amazing people, really. Incredible people. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and enjoying our work all the way up there in Canada. And I hope you've been enjoying the show tonight. I also gotta say, folks, that Matthew and me were noting before we went live on air that daylight lasts so freaking long nowadays in Salt Lake City compared to what it would be in Alabama. Like, it was daylight out here. What was it like, Matthew? Like 8:10 when the sun went down, basically?
Yeah, it was still bright out here. It was like completely daylight.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder, Matthew, how bright does it stay in Canada until the sun actually sets these days? Because as you all know, the Earth is tilting, and so the northern hemisphere will start, because of the spring and summer months, to get a lot more daylight hours than they did in the winter. And because of that, the higher up north you go in the northern hemisphere, the longer the daylight hours last per day. That's why in places like Alaska, daylight hours can last literally 24 hours a day in the summer and then not exist at all in the winter, is because it's that far up of an extreme up there in Alaska. And so it gets the absolute extremes of daylight and nighttime hours per day. And I'm wondering, Matthew, could you pull that up? When in the world in the summer does the sun set in a place like Edmonton, Alberta?
Let's see. When does the sun set in Edmonton, Alberta? Let's see here. So as of late April 2026, the sun sets in Edmonton, Alberta around 8:50 p.m. to 9 p.m. And the sunset times vary significantly by the season. It depends on how it's feeling. It ranges from as early as 4:20 p.m. in December to nearly 10 p.m. during the summer solstice in June. So it sounds like it could be quite a night.
And when does it set in the winter again?
So in the winter, apparently it says here 4:20 to 5 p.m. apparently.
Oh my God, that's like a huge fluctuation. That's a whole 5-hour difference.
Yeah, so one part of the year, some of the Alberta residents have a full day, and some part of the year they have like a screwed up day.
So when does the sun rise in the winter up there? Like, what is it, like 10 in the middle of the morning or something?
Well, let me type in sunrise. Let's see here. So it rises at approximately 6 a.m. Around this time in April, apparently. But during the winter, it rises up around 9 in the morning, they say. God. So their days are all screwed up.
So their days are only like 7 daylight hours in the winter.
Yeah, so basically they're like hibernator type people. They like to go inside and have a rest.
Dang, that is crazy. And also, Crashin said it generally doesn't get fully dark in Edmonton until after midnight. Dang, that's crazy. That's actually insane. Like, that's nuts.
You know,
So
there's a place in Alaska where it stays daylight all the time.
yeah, through the summer, like it's like 6 months of like nothing but sunlight, and then 6 months of nothing but darkness. I think that's way up at the very fringes, like Proud Ho Bay, and in Wainwright, and Point Lay.
So So apparently it's up there. They're dealing with that midnight sun, apparently that 24-hour sunlight for over 80 days during the summer. That can break people, by the way. That can absolutely break people. They say the phenomenon occurs north of the Arctic Circle, like near Utkaigavik and Barrow, from May through August. It reverses in winter to 64 days of total darkness. So you'd have to be absolutely insane to live there. Apparently, you'd have to be absolutely mental to live there because to experience like complete darkness some of the time and then complete sunlight the other times, you'd have to be built different.
That is crazy. And I gotta say that's so weird when you think about it, Matthew. Because I remember when we went to Britain, the 2 times we did when we were in like high school and all. I remember that the sun would set over there in like the summer at like 10 or something. At night almost. It would almost be daylight all day every day over there. Like the nighttime hours hardly existed in the summer. And it's so weird, folks, because whenever you think about things in like the South, like the sun sets almost at a constant rate because it's a lot closer to the equator. So the change in daylight hours between the seasons is not really that noticeable, like a little bit, but not quite. And so like the sun would set down in the south at like 7 basically every day, and it would rise about 7 in the morning. So you had like 12 hours of sunlight and then 12 hours of night every day.
Yeah, well, I can understand, in some parts of rural Alaska, there's like some heavy drinking that goes on and stuff like that. I can kind of understand that because I think like a bottle of vodka might be just like a midnight snack, possibly to like put you down and put you out so that way you can get some sleep or something. I don't think I could handle that. Like the whole thing about 24-hour sunlight. Apparently, Fairbanks gets 70 days straight of sunlight through May and late July. I mean, unless you're in Alaska because you're making a lot of money working a lucrative job or something, I don't know why people would put up with that.
Someone's up there on the porch of like a trailer and whatnot, because usually that's what they have in most towns in Alaska because they're easily like set up, and then also they have to fortify them a lot. But they're like sitting out there, man, and they're going glug glug glug. Oh God, glug glug. Because like the sun never sets. It's just getting to them at that point. It's like, God bless those poor people. I mean, that's tough.
As they make their way through the bottle, like, oh, it's getting darker outside. It's getting darker.
Bro, it just gets like dim a little bit for a couple of hours, and it goes back to like full blazing sun the whole day, and it never ends. I mean, that would be torturous, honestly, folks, come to think of it. But honestly, we kind of deal with that because back in Alabama, basically by the time I'd wake up most days back then, there would be and thank God it's changed in Salt Lake because I work and live on the same schedule as I did in Alabama, but because this state is an hour, what is it, an hour back or something compared to Alabama in the time zones,
Yeah.
I actually get a lot more sunlight hours, thank the Lord, because of that. But usually whenever I get up in Alabama, I would literally have like 3 daylight hours that I would physically see each day, and then it would already be sunset and dark again. And so I basically lived in the darkness of the night every day because of how our sleeping schedule worked back then. Luckily, it's different here in Salt Lake because of the time difference, but that is still crazy to think of, though, like how the sun sets and rises at such extreme hours depending on the season the farther north you get in a place like Canada, because it's already noticeable here in Utah compared to the south. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, Rick, and that was honestly a really interesting rabbit hole right there, and I gotta thank you incredibly for helping this channel to keep on running as well. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, since the people want to see it right here, I posted this on Patreon, but give the people a little look. Let me vet these photos real quick for you, show them just to make sure that they're the ones I'm intending. Say what?
We can't show them the Patreon. They gotta pay. I'm just kidding, by the way. We can show it to them.
No. We don't do that type of stuff right there. They get early access. That's what it is right there. We show these photos to everybody, but I'll pull this up on the Discord, by the way. I'll send you some photos. I went for a midnight drive the other night because, of course, Monday, no stream. So So I'm just like I'm just spinning my wheels over here. I'm just like, what the hell I do? So I thought, let me go spin my actual wheels and go get out there and see what it looks like near the Wasatch Front. And this is what it looks like at night. It looks fantastic. It's the first time I've actually been over there at midnight near the Wasatch Front. I was going to drive up the valley or up the canyon, but I didn't because I don't have the proper tires for that. But as you can see here, I mean, look at that. There's the Salt Lake skyline here. You can see it. You can see all the mountains and stuff. You can see everything. If you're wondering where this is right here, this is the area that's the entrance to Little Cottonwood Canyon. It's like right off to the side of it to the right. And it's just fantastic out there, by the way. And also very peaceful. There's nobody out. Like everybody in Salt Lake City, they go to bed on time. Like they don't get out at night. Like there's no nightlife in Salt Lake City for the most part. Maybe deep downtown you might find it a bit, but not anywhere else. Everybody's in the bed at midnight. So I'm the only weirdo out at midnight in Salt Lake City. But it's beautiful though. I mean, look at that. They're like literally picturesque.
How are the mountains lit up like that at night? I've never noticed that.
Well, I had them turn on the spotlights for the photo.
No, bro, like really, how does that? Well, let me. Hold on, I need to go.
It's my camera, by the way. It's exposure settings on the iPhone. I have it set to where it's like nighttime, so it exposes the mountains differently than it exposes the foreground. So it turns out like that. It's some special feature. It takes like multiple seconds to expose the image. That way you can see the stars and stuff at night. It's also, by the way, like iPhone takes some dang good nighttime photos. Like I can't even get my DSLR to take photos like this. It's very cool.
Man, I literally looked out my window. I was like, I don't see squat. Like, I was like, I don't see a damn thing out there. I was like, I don't know how that works. Honestly, man, this third picture here, if you're looking at it, it's the one where you're looking at the restrooms of the Bell Canyon Preservation Trailhead parking lot. And it almost looks like the Aurora Borealis up there in the sky. Like, but it's like white.
Man, there was some people, I don't know what the hell they were doing. I wasn't trying to get nosy or anything like that. There was a car sitting off to the left of that photo right there in the parking lot, and it was just a car sitting there. And I pulled up, and I was like, I don't care. I'm like, I don't know what they're over there doing, trying to meet up with somebody or something. But I scared the shit out of those people by accident. Like, I got out to take some pictures, and apparently they were looking down their phone or something like that. They looked up in their mirror. I saw them jump out of their seat, like in their car. I was like, holy shit. I was like, I hope they don't like freak out enough where they like panic or something like that over there. But they panicked. I was just out taking some pictures. I was like enjoying the scenery.
Man, in your world, man, you're like, oh, let me get some pictures. Meanwhile, in their car, come and get your love. Like you're probably
I was like,
oh my
man,
God.
I'm just trying to get some pictures. That's all. I'm just trying. I don't know what y'all are doing. I don't care what you're doing. But then after that, another car pulled up. I was like, oh, I was like, okay, I'm not getting involved with whatever's going on here. But yeah, it's very beautiful out there at night.
Man, someone else pulled up, and then it went from "come and get your love" to drug sale. Man, like it's like, ooh, like get on out there, boy. Like, man, you need to go home.
It's like whatever deals you are making, I'm not privy to it. I don't know. The only thing I'm trying to get is a nice photo, and that's all. I'm not trying to collect evidence out here. I'm not a Fed. I'm just trying to look at the mountain. That's all.
Man, that could be like, well, man, bro, it's gonna be like, dude, don't report us to our local bishop. It's gonna be like, bro, I don't even care. Like, it's like, I don't know what the hell you are doing, but beyond that, these are really nice pictures, though. Like, top of the line stuff right here, really cool. You know something, folks. It actually snowed here yesterday. That's actually why it looks so snowy in these pictures. And it's so nice looking today, folks, because I went out there and like drove around a little bit. Well, just to go get food. I actually had a pretty bad headache today, but I went and drove around a little bit to go get some food. And while I was out there on the road, like all of the mountains are covered halfway up. So half of the mountains are covered in snow today. And it looked really pretty. I was like, wow. I was like, that looks like the Alps again. And apparently, I don't know if this is correct, Matthew, but I'm starting to get the assumption at this point that these kind of rain/snowstorms are going to be happening probably all the way up until the summer, basically, because it's basically late April and they're still happening.
Well, yeah, this is what's known as shoulder season at the alpine elevations. That's what it's known as. So you're dealing with like winter weather at the higher elevations, and you're dealing with kind of like spring weather at the lower elevations. So if you want to go climbing, you still got to like wear snowshoes, micro spikes, or something like that.
That's pretty cool, honestly. That's pretty neat. I gotta say, folks, this whole alpine mountain thing is really something. And you know something else, folks. You know something else. Let me go pull up Google Earth because I want to show you all this. Because we were talking about that whole South Mountain adventure that we had. Didn't we tell him about that, Matthew? Didn't we tell him about the South Mountain and all that?
I think so. I think so.
So let me see if I can show this South Mountain to y'all. So, yeah, here we go. So, I've got a view of it here. This is from Draper, so, South Salt Lake area. And this is a fairly easy spot to see the prominence of it. But if you look out over there, folks, you see where my mouse cursor's at, man? Right there, right here.
Yeah, yeah.
That is the summit of South Mountain right there from this view.
Ha.
So where we started, folks, we started down. Oh, look, they didn't have the stairs yet on here, but we started down here, and there's a staircase that they built that goes up here, and then you walk this trail all the way to here, and then you get on this trail, which goes basically straight up the side of this hill right here. Turns out, folks, crazily enough, this is the steepest trail I ever have done, because this area right here, all the way up to about right there, that whole thing is 35 to 40 degrees elevation, like degrees
Yeah.
elevation.
The first time I did this, I did it solo, going up this thing all the way up to the peak of South Mountain. I almost watched a guy slide to his death right there on that spot that your mouse cursor's at. He had on flip-flops, which was a terrible idea. This is literally stuff right here you have cleats on for, possibly, like going up something that steep. Dude had flip-flops on. He slipped. I saw him slide, and I was, oh my God. I was like, he's going to slide off the mountain. He caught the rock, I think with his tailbone or something like that, and he got back up. He took his shoes off. Then he slid down the thing like on his butt all the way down it, which was probably the wisest thing you could do at that point. But yeah, it's very steep.
Yeah, and so then we went all the way up this trail here into this valley, and then up this like service road thing that existed. And you'll see why here in a second. And you follow the service road all the way up to here, and then the Alexander Graham Mormon Bell pole is somewhere right there, I think. We both called it that. It's just an old telephone pole, utility pole sort of a thing. But Matthew called it the Alexander Mormon Bell phone pole, and I that stuck with me. I like the name. So you pass that thing, and then you come up this way on this little trail area right here, and then you make it to the top, South Mountain. Right here, this is an old, abandoned, and collapsed like radio tower. It's not a tall one. I think it's like maybe 150 feet tall or something, but it's fallen over and like kind of folded in on itself like spaghetti, and you kind of have to like get over that thing. But once you do that, you get up here to the very peak, which is right there, and you get this view. Let me see here. You get this kind of view of the surrounding area right here. So if you look this way, which is probably the coolest view that you get from here, you get to see Utah Lake all the way over there. This is actually exactly what it looks like up there too. You get to see Utah Lake. You can see Loafer Mountain down there. Mount Nebo is over there where my mouse cursor is. There's Timpanogos. That one, actually, man, crazily enough, Timpanogos is easier to do than Lone Peak. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I do see a lot of people in the chat. They're saying, did you see any bears? Up at South Mountain, it's wide open. Like, it's generally more of like a desert terrain. Up here, or more like a hill terrain. It's not really heavily forested up this way. You really won't see bears up in this type of spot, but you will see mountain lions possibly. They do lurk around this sort of like hilly area like this. And also definitely rattlesnakes. The rattlesnakes love this environment right here. The bears are more over toward Butterfield Canyon and toward the Rio Tinto mine, that the world's largest copper mine, or at least the biggest one in the United States. They're more over that direction. So if you go mountain biking in Butter Canyon or Butterfield Canyon, you might run across a bear, possibly. So you got to have, bear spray and stuff like that. Or if you're like me and you mountain bike it occasionally and stuff like that, you come flying down the thing at 30 miles an hour, you might just crash into one by accident. So, it's always a little bit sketchy.
Man, I saw some clip of some guy who got attacked by a bear. He was like climbing up some rocks or something. The bear came down on top of him. Dude, the guy was so panicked, man. He literally grabbed the bear's neck fur and literally yanked it down the rocks. Like, he was so panicked. He was like, he grabbed that thing and yanked it, and it stayed, like, he threw it off balance enough that it just went flying down like the hill below him by like another 30 feet. And then it turned around and tried to attack him. He just kept kicking it in the face every time it tried to climb up to get him. And it eventually ran away, but it was the craziest thing I had seen on a video. But also, this is the view this way, out that way. That's the view you have. There's the mine over there. You can see it. And then way back in the background, if you look that way, that's Low Peak. And I don't know what that one's called, actually. What's that one called? Flat Top Mountain. I think that's the tallest one back here in this background. But crazily enough, folks, what's even crazier, and I see Matthew saying 40 super chats. I'm going to wrap this one up real quick. But what's even crazier is that when I went to Big Cottonwood Canyon over here, crazily enough, this little trailhead thing that I came up to up here, which would be, I think, this one. Damn, it won't really let you see what this looks like. There you go. So this is kind of the view that it has. This thing is actually higher up in elevation than South Mountain, but the climb to this one, the climb to this little peak right here, or this observation point, is shorter. It's only 1,000 feet of elevation, and South Mountain was about, I think, 1,500 or something feet, almost 1,600 feet, so quite a lot more. But soon, folks, once the snow melts, I want to go up here to what this viewpoint was looking at, which is Lake Blanche and Sundial Peak, which is up somewhere around, I think this is Sundial Peak right here. I'm not doing Sundial Peak, though. I don't want to
camp
die.
there. I want to camp at that Lake Blanche spot. The only problem with Lake Blanche is the bears are definitely around here because there's a water source right there, and they're in that entire drainage right there. So if you sleep there at night, you got to have the bear canister and put it away from your tent. Also, for me, I'm like, I want more than just bear spray. I want a backup firearm with me or something like that. I'm not going to rely on just pepper spray for the bear. So, you know, and then there's mountain lions and cougars and stuff like that around there. So you got to watch out for that. So it's a little fascinating around that area, but it's so cool though, like very nice.
You know, I actually heard, Matthew, someone was telling me that they had actually climbed a Lone Peak. I ran into someone who had done that, and they said that the biggest threat in this mountain range is not bears, it's mountain goats and moose, because they said that those were the most populous animals, and they said that the male mountain goats and the male moose are the most aggressive animals that they've run into up there, the most dangerous. So I mean, you know, pack an elephant gun because a moose is not going down easy if it's angry. And moose don't back off like black bears do. They will actually keep going at you until they really hurt you or kill you. So those things are incredibly dangerous. And then up here, let's see, this would be Donut Falls somewhere up in there. Or up here. I'm not really sure. But eventually we'll do Donut Falls. It's just that everything's still frozen and snowy up there. And I want to wait for it to be like passable so that we were not fighting on snow and like knocking my teeth out every 5 steps, even with like snowshoes and stuff on, because that would be kind of tough. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Crispy, puts in a combined $45 support. And thank you very much, Crispy, for supporting the channel yet again. Did not leave comments, but we very much appreciate support as always. And it's Crispy and viewers like Crispy that keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
Crispy, we thank you. Crispy, we're appreciative. And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Crispy, because with your support, we're able to keep this news crispy and fresh. And a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $28 support from Duncan VR, all the way from Australia. And thank you, Duncan, for that support yet again. He said, Bamu Wuff Crack, wow, cards, I got the cards. Sir, the big beautiful ballroom needs to have a KFC store made of gold. Sir, let's see the big beautiful marmot, sir. No respect around here, he gets no respect.
Let's take a look at that big, beautiful marmot. It's one of the greatest creatures that we've ever seen. Didn't cost the taxpayers a single dime, in parentheses, 400 million. Let's take a look. Holy moly, look at that creature. Look at it.
It's an ugly bastard, this thing here. This fella named Jacob painted it. Jacob didn't really know what he was doing, but it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes they don't. But anyway, he painted a picture, and he turned nothing into nothing. That's what they say. He didn't turn it into something. If he did, it wouldn't look like this. That's what they say. Sir, get it off the screen.
It's an ugly creature. When they send their marmots, they're not sending their best. They're sending their worst. Some, I assume, are good marmots, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them look like this. A giant rat. Look at it. Hello there. How's everyone doing? Doing terribly now that we've seen you. Very badly. Beyond that.
Illegal marmot. That's what they call him. Illegal marmot. He can't just jump across the forest like this. You gotta have papers for that. You can't just jump forests. It's a strange thing. The trees just got 10 feet tall, and we gave him fertilizer. That's what we did. They made the forest great, but then we gave him fertilizer just to chop them down because screw those trees.
The National Forest Service is a terrible organization that shouldn't exist. Think about it, everybody. They're protecting the nation's forests for future generations. I say F that, chop it down. Anyways, oh, tragedy. That's actually true. But anyways,
Yeah.
oh man, it really sad. I hate that, folks. I love the Forestry Service. But anyway, yeah, enough of that. Everything. It's kind of like that old classic. Pull the ladder up and beat everyone with it. I got mines. Now you screw you. Basically, kind of a mindset. But anyways, with that, enough of that. A big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a $20 support from Dennis Charlton. And thank you very much, Dennis, for that $20 support and helping to keep the channel running as well. And Dennis said, thank you for the amazing news coverage, Enforcers.
And thank you for enjoying our news coverage, Dennis. And thank you for helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
Fighting Finn said something. He said, you can't let those woke squirrels win. Those squirrels. You gotta love those squirrels. It's crazy what those things do. They wake up in the morning and they decide to run across the road and test their luck. They test their luck. Oh, they tested with the biggest semis. They said that big semis. Those things are long, big trucks. They say, sir, I've never seen a truck that large, sir. It's a big truck. And the squirrels just get flatter than a pancake when they hit that semi. It's just a crazy thing. But moving on to our next one. This one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in,
I've got something to say. You just talked about those woke squirrels. The enemy within is what I call them. But I rather like my squirrels not woke. I like them comatose. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a 20. And Adam said, very excited about turning into this channel on the day the Russian people finally take their country back from the oligarchs. It's going to be a really fun day and an awesome show.
It'll certainly be an interesting day, I'll have to say. And I hope that day comes eventually. And so big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Waba, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Waba, as well, for that support. And being a longtime channel legend, his name is Waba Real, because he's real. And Waba said, I want my name on one of those oil tanks in Tuapse.
Me too. Actually, I don't want to be associated with an ecological disaster. Maybe, I can wait on that one a little, I think I'll have to pass on that. But if you want,
I don't think I'll put my picture on that one. I think I'll keep it. Keep it safekeeping.
Mount Rushmore, everyone. It needs an extra face. I'm going to tell you, Matthew. I'm just going to tell you between you and me. That's probably coming around the corner here very soon. I'm pretty sure. And next thing you know, they're going to be saying that you have to put up a portrait of the great leader in everyone's classrooms and government offices and stuff.
I vote to put up a new statue in Mount Matmore. I want to put up a big, beautiful picture of me in there. I want to rename it Mount Matmore. That's what we call it, Mount Matmore. For the Mat Pack. That's what we call it, the Mat Pack. It's a crazy thing. That's what we're going to do when I run for president. We're going to call it Mat Pack, P-A-C, for pack.
That one is opposed to the other ones. But anyways, with that one, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Raphael Philippe, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Raphael, for that support. He said, Tuapse now is the most beautiful summer destiny in the Black Sea, at least in my opinion.
Maybe so, Raphael. But personally, I wouldn't want to be near it right now. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
Man, honestly, given the Black Sea its name, with all that oil flowing and stuff like that, that might be how it's getting its name these days, with all that oil, all that oil. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Evanescent Wave, who puts in a 20. And thank you for that support, by the way. They said, is it possible that the drone incursions are done to provoke a kinetic NATO response by Russia, and Putin can then claim full mobilization as required and prevent blowback from the population-opposed mobilization? And your thoughts, please.
I think that is certainly likely. Almost everyone in the modern day, really over the past century, has always posed their wars as defensive wars, even if they are offensive in nature, because a lot of people, always think, like with the evil people of the past, like Stalin and Hitler and others that are very famous, that they were just these like cartoonishly evil people. Like, you know, like it's like a lot of people always go, how in the world do people follow them? Because we always portray them in this very cartoonishly evil way. But a lot like modern states people like Putin, they go about this very sly way of wording things to make it always sound like they had a justification. Like if you legitimately go, and there's some YouTube documentaries that are highly viewed that break this down, if you actually go and listen to people break down the speeches that Stalin and Hitler made before the Second World War and during the Second World War, you would actually see that they worded things in a very modern way, in the very political way, like a lot of people do these days, like with Russia saying, oh, you know, the Ukrainian people are persecuting the Russian-speaking peoples in the Donbass, and so we have to save them. And, you know, and then, oh, you know, we're at war with this enemy within, and all of the NATO people who are trying to drag us down, and we have to defend ourselves from these people who are attacking us and trying to destroy us. The wordage is literally identical to what it was back then, which is a very crazy thing to note, but it is how it works. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 or 20 from AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, and thank you very much, Mr. Bang Bang, for also being a longtime channel legend, and we do appreciate that. He said Ukraine is getting more Flak Panzer Gepard drone-eating tanks. Yay.
And yippee indeed. I hope they put them to good use, because those are actually very effective in modern drone warfare. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Ulfhednar, and thank you very much, Ulfhednar, as well for that support. They said instead of the Chernobyl miniseries, in 10 years there will be a new miniseries called Tuapse. The whole plot will be the same story, with the three stooges of the Russian oil company on trial for their failures to prevent the disaster. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that? Is it actually would make a good miniseries, because this, unfortunately, is probably going to be as bad. And the stuff that's probably unfolding right now behind the scenes, behind all the Russian propaganda narratives, is probably actual panic and crisis management at this point, because that's basically what the thing is. So we didn't hear the whole story behind Chernobyl until ages later. Like, I would imagine the same thing will happen with Tuapse, unfortunately. You know, between the two, if I had to say, if you had to deal with one disaster or the other, the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown or the Tuapse oil fires, I would probably still deal with the oil fires, because the whole Chernobyl nuclear thing, it just has like a haunting aspect to it. The oil fires are pretty bad, but I just think the nuclear is still worse. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree. I mean, the nuclear is far worse, because the oil smoke and the oil clouds you can physically see. You can't see the radiation coming from a melted down reactor. So it's a lot more mysterious in that way. You know, you just walk through the wrong area or around the wrong item, and then you have acute radiation sickness and you're dying in a couple of months. You know, it's like that's a lot scarier than dealing with this even. And this is a pretty scary thing. But they might have a documentary like that in the future. And honestly, it would be a pretty interesting one if they made it the right way. Hopefully they don't make it like that Animal Farm movie that's coming out really soon with like Seth Rogen in it. Have you seen that, Matthew?
No, I have not, but I can imagine that's probably not that great.
So, Seth Rogen is one of the lead characters in the George Orwell adaptation of Animal Farm. I'm sure you can imagine how that's going at this point from like the trailers and all.
Isn't that like creating like a Stalin documentary and then like casting like Mr. Bean to play Stalin?
Pretty much, yeah. Or you know, it's like
it's like a little bit out of place.
It's like doing like that movie, like what is it called, like Underfall or something like that. It was like about the last days of Hitler, and then casting like Bill Burr as Hitler and having him down in the bunker. What do you mean the Abbey's destroyed? You know, like he's doing like that thing. It's like, this wouldn't really be like the right kind of dynamic for that, you know, like Animal Farm isn't really a comedy, you know, per se. So having like comedic people in the writing room and on the cast doesn't really portray the right kind of like atmosphere for the work that they're trying to, you know, bring to film. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running, Ulfhednar. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Otani Sanji, and thank you very much, Otani, for that $20 support, and we do appreciate it. They said, I really appreciate these discussions with y'all. Excellent company, and thank you for that, by the way.
Hey.
They said, any signs of Russian buildup or mobilization, specifically near the Suwalki Gap, especially amid their grain strains and heavy reliance on the key ice-free port?
We haven't been able to hear of any significant buildups around the Suwalki Gap yet. We're waiting for the next round of war games where they'll start to build up forces around the city of Grodno. And then we'll probably see then if something's going to happen or not. And there's a decent chance that it might, because they'll be lining up almost perfectly with what we've been hearing so far. So with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Seabass Smith. And thank you very much, Mr. Seabass, for that $20 support. He said, it's funny listening to you talk about Alaska. Unfortunately, no vodka for dinner. That's a damn shame. He said, I'm 200 miles south of Anchorage. It's 9 p.m. right now, completely light out. Sun rays coming into my window as I type. But how do you deal with that with your circadian rhythm, though? Because for the human body to properly have a cycle of, like, you know, rest and then also being awake, like there's usually like the light dark type deal. Like when it's light, your body knows it's time to wake up. When it's dark, your body knows it's time to go into rest mode. So it's like, how do you cope with that for 70 or 80 days? It seems like it would throw everything out of whack. I guess you could technically get like blackout curtains or something to like make the room dark, but you know, your body generally knows it's still not dark outside. That's a weird thing. I don't know if I could take that, but Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, that's just crazy. I don't know if I'd be able to take it either. But I guess you must be somewhere. Are you in Seward? Let me see here. Let's see.
I think
That's
Fairbanks is the place that would have that.
Well, he said he was 200 miles south of Anchorage, and I'm. Let's see here. What would be 200 if we go in a straight line? So you're on Kodiak Island, or you're somewhere down here near to the Alaskan Peninsula, or you're over here, kind of like in between Skagway and Juneau, I guess. Like in terms of like vertical distance south. Really something else though, dealing with like a sun up and sun down cycle like that. I don't really know if I'd handle it, because I find it kind of a little bit odd in Utah how the sun stays out for so long, even right now in the spring. Because in the south, it was never like that. It was literally almost every day, no matter the season, 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of night. And it almost never changed. I mean, it would change a little bit from season to season, but only by like maybe 2 or 3 hours at the best. So, big thanks to you for the support, by the way, and sharing that with us. But that is just a wild sort of a reality of life up there in those frontier lands like Alaska. But huge thanks once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 super chat from the Jester of Woe. And thank you very much, Jester, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that as well. He said, keep up the great reporting and long live the LSA.
Hey, and we will, thanks to your support. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $15 support from Crispy, and thank you very much, Crispy, as well. He said, what are your thoughts of other countries leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus? And I wouldn't rule it out. I seriously would not rule it out, because Iran being a member of OPEC, attacking other OPEC members, I mean, that's literally the definition of the organization tearing itself apart, basically. So the UAE is the first casualty of this war with Iran in the Middle East, which is why it was pretty stupid for Iran to attack the Gulf states, because now they're going to fracture OPEC, which was a very, very strong oil alliance. They could set prices for the most part. They're going to pretty much destroy that. But, you know, I think the others might leave. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would have to agree with Matthew on that. And as far as the outcome of it, I actually think it would be a good thing, actually, in the long run, if that was the case, because OPEC can artificially inflate the value of oil or deflate it, depending on what they want. If they're all not in OPEC any longer, except for Iran and a couple of other smaller oil producers, that means that a larger part of the oil markets globally are more so trying to meet the demand and have competitive prices, instead of trying to artificially fix the prices as much as they possibly can. So generally, I'd actually say it would be a pretty good thing for OPEC to kind of crumble away, and hopefully we'll be able to see that this might be the beginning of that. Although I'd also have to say, on the flip side, we shouldn't continue the blockade with that in mind, because we might not be in an economic good standing any longer by the time OPEC completely collapses. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Acute Darkness, who put it in $11 support. And thank you very much, Acute Darkness, for that support. I don't see a comment attached, but we do appreciate that, of course. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, Acute Darkness, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on rolling. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Diffuse, who said, "Hi all, I was here in March of 2022. My claim to fame is that I was here the night Enforcer inadvertently started the Leaf Spring Army. And my best to all, Jeff in Connecticut."
And a big shout out to Connecticut. Connecticut, really undesung state. You don't really hear a lot about Connecticut. You hear a lot about like
Connecticut.
Connect the Cut. Like, man, like it's a sausage kind of a place. You know, they're really big into the butcher shops and all. But beyond that, I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, Diffuse. And I gotta say, you've been around for quite a while then. You've been around basically the entirety of this channel's runtime. And I gotta thank you for being around for so long. You know, Matthew, I actually saw something from like, I think it, where in the hell was this? I think it was down near the coast here. Yeah, this is it. Man, Rhode Island is actually like a very beautiful state. Like I never knew that. I always just heard about Providence. Everyone's like, "Eh, Providence." I've never been there. But the coastline up here is really something else.
Yeah, it is. It's just very expensive. You kind of have to be loaded to live up here.
Yeah, you gotta be loaded. But it's still a really cool place. Like, look, Newport. This is the home of the cigarettes. I don't know. But look at that. That is a really neat little place. Like, I would like to actually go visit this one day and go see Rhode Island for myself. But it does look
It'd be cool to visit, I think. I just don't know if it'll be like something I'd want to live in. It seems a little bit too remote.
Too remote? Dude, you got access to the Northeast Corridor. You can be down in Washington, D.C. in like 3 hours or less, I think.
Yeah, oh, do you want to go there?
Well, you said you weren't connected. I'm just saying you could be connected. I mean, like, it doesn't matter where you're connecting to, but you can be connected. You could go to New York City or Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Or Trenton.
Oh, yeah. I want to go to any of these places. D.C. would be pretty cool, like, occasionally, but I don't want to go to these other places.
Or you could go to Boston. Have you always wanted to go to Boston?
I've always wanted to go to Boston.
I always want to get my Boston butt. Come here. Whoa. No diddy.
No. That's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for that.
Man, JFK out there be like, "Listen here, I'm looking for my Boston butt, and it happens to be Marilyn Monroe." It's like, hey, I mean, you know, it's like, well, you know, it is what it is, I guess.
Like he said in that Call of Duty movie, he said, "Settle down, Dick. It's just a storm."
wait. It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down. Sounds like someone's breaking in. Man,
that Call of Duty, I'll tell you, that was goated. Totally unrealistic, but it was goated.
Man, really, honestly, it was goated. A thing of the ages, really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Battlefrog, and thank you very much, Battlefrog, as well. They said, "Release the orb."
And release the orb indeed. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Admiral75, and thank you very much, Admiral, for that 10. They said, "Not to mention that some oil can contain trace amounts of radioactive isotopes like radium and uranium," and that's true, actually. They said, "but nothing to the level of Chernobyl radiation, etc."
You know what's interesting about that is that coal actually has elements of uranium in it as well. And that's actually how North Korea got its uranium-235 to make its nuclear weapons. Is that down in this place called Pyeongsan, which I always love to show because you can actually see it, you can see these giant pools of this green goop around these piles of burnt coal. And that's because this is the byproduct of the Pyeongsan Uranium Enrichment Facility, which is right there. And that's how they created their uranium, is that they would just burn huge amounts of coal and then get the tiny trace elements of uranium that were left behind, and they would eventually build that up into a usable amount of uranium to create nuclear weapons with, and they still do that to this day. So a little interesting fact about that. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Jerry Kovacs. And thank you very much, Jerry Kovacs, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, "Thank you guys for continuing the coverage, the war, and with the updates."
And we thank you so much for enjoying it and supporting it. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Balls. And thank you very much, Balls, for that $10 support. He said, releasing a 40-year-old statement word for word is absolutely wild. Waiting for somebody to start scooping oil from the Black Sea. LSA.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. But anyways, I don't know what that last part means, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Mark Dixon, and thank you very much, Mark, for that $10 support, and we appreciate that very much as well. And we also have a 10 from Frosty Rotor X, who said, this day in military history, on April the 28th of 1993, the Secretary of Defense lifted the ban on women flying combat missions and promised efforts to end barriers to women serving in combat vessels.
That's really interesting, and I thank you for sharing a very interesting day in history for us, Frosty Rotor X. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
You know, hot take here, hot take. I'm not sure why women would want to serve on combat vessels, to be straight up honest with you, but not for the reasons you think. If people can generally get out of combat, I think most people would try to do it actually. So I'm, more respect. I mean, apparently they wanted to fly combat missions, so respect for that. But I'm not sure how many people actually wanted to fly those combat missions, except for maybe a handful.
Yeah, it's interesting, it's interesting. And I also like, Matthew, how you literally pulled I like how you literally pulled at the beginning there. You're like, I don't know why women would want to serve in combat roles, but it's not what you think, right? You literally did like the line. I was like, oh my god, he did the thing.
I did you see, I did the turnaround thing right there with that right there, because some people probably be like, oh my god, he's about to step on a landmine, and I did the turnaround. I did a little whoop-de-woo. I did a little left turn. Some people were thinking he's about to piss off every feminist in the chat. I wasn't going there, folks. I wasn't going there. If women want to serve in combat roles, please be my guest, because we need everybody we can possibly get these days. And also, by the way, do women get drafted, or is that still not a thing?
No. Sadly, Matthew, we're still trying
Where's
to push
the equality?
We're trying to push for it right now, Matthew. I'm actually actively involved in the lobby to make sure that all citizens of the Republic, male and female, can be conscripted equally without discrimination. I'm just kidding, by the way.
Honestly, low-key, I really don't want women to have to get drafted, because why would I say I want women to get drafted? It's like, I hope nobody has to get drafted. So if we can limit it to just the men getting drafted, then let it be at that. The less men that get drafted, the better as well. So I'm not one of these people. It's like, oh yeah, let's just draft all the women. It's like, well, no, not really. We don't need to go that far. It's like, just let it be the male only draft and leave it at that. And if women want to volunteer, then let it be that.
I just saw Shady King say, do you serve? Yes, I do serve. I serve tables. That was a really stupid one. All right, everyone. Well, I'm resigning effective. Anyways, effective immediately at midnight tomorrow. I will resign the office of the presidency. But outside of that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Balls once again, who puts in a 10. They said 15 storage tanks on fire. Not great, not terrible.
Oh, man, I love the reference right there. That's a good one. And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from C146, who said, semi-trailing army.
I like your funny words, Magic Man. And a big thanks to your support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Becca-Fly. And thank you very much to the Becca-Fly for that $5 support. And they said, thank you, King. Thank you, King, for an excellent address today. As an American, I heart our NATO and our allies.
Man, wasn't he so charming up there in front of the whole Congress making that little speech? Did you hear it, Matthew?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, you didn't want to hear about him talking about his beautiful wife, Camilla. You didn't want to hear that?
No, but I did see my lookalike doing an impression of himself right in front of the king today, apparently. Like a fellow by the name of Matthew, who's apparently a comedian, who was hanging out near the king, did an impersonation of King Charles right to his face and got the guy busting out laughing.
Is he the guy who also does like the Jeff Goldblum ding and everything else? Like, isn't he that guy?
He does impressions of everybody. He does impressions of the president, literally everybody.
He's good. He's good, actually. Like, he's very good at that. Like, I gotta say, folks, I always like King Charles. How he talks, because he talks in such a way that he's kind of charismatic, but he also sounds completely detached simultaneously. Like, he'll be like, I was walking down the park one day. It was in the merry month of May. And he'll be like, it's it's like, he seems very relatable, but at the same time, he doesn't even seem like he's attached to his own memories, like while he's talking about them. It's a very interesting like accent that he has. I find it interesting. But he did have some really good lines in that speech today. I was like, oh, that's really good. And he was making sure to smooth over relations between the United Kingdom and the United States, which I thought was a great thing. I thought it was a great thing, and also speaking some truths out there too. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here also, by the way, apparently Ukraine has conducted another act of sanctions on the Russian oil economy, apparently.
Oh, really?
We'll cover that tomorrow, though. It's apparently in Perm, Russia this time. It looks like they've had a pretty large disaster there. It looks like Ukraine's really going off. But our next one here, our next super chat is going to go to Data Relay, who puts in a 5. He said, high fives for the enforcer guys.
And a big thanks to you for support, Data Relay, and thank you so much for the high fives for the Enforcer guys, burgers and fries. They're not at all related to the company, but a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Martial Law, and thank you, Marshall, for that support. He said they could also be using the vehicles in a buildup for an attack on the Baltic states.
That is possible. That is possible, martial law. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I got to tell you, when Matthew read off your name, I thought of that meme. I am enacting martial law, and it's like all that like crazy stuff on like this. Like that's what I thought of when I heard his name.
I mean, I like when I hear the word martial law, it gives me flashbacks. I might have to go see the shrink over this. I'm getting flashbacks. I think it's nightmares, possibly. I could have sworn I saw a pillow man with a notepad with martial law written on it. I could have sworn I saw him, but people were telling me I'm going crazy. They're saying there's no such thing as a pillow man with a notepad with martial law on it. There's no such thing. And I said, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Oh man, somewhere in an alternate history, and they overturn the election results with the pillow man. Like, it's like, what? It's like, what do you mean? The pillow man out of everybody? Like, he doesn't make like steel or anything like kind of like hardcore sounding. He's the pillow dude. It's like, the hell? It's like, man, honestly, man, imagine, like, think of that. Like honestly, the comedy of that, the pillow man, like the guy involved in producing the softest things that people usually buy, writing down martial law on a notepad. Do y'all see like the dichotomy between that? Like, like the comedy in that? It's like someone is trying to write a comedy script, and they're like, we have to make this so comical it's over the top. The pillow guy is going to call for martial law. Like, you would never think of that. Like, in any world, you would have never thought about that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a 5. He said, I just love how screwed Russia is right now. And they're getting screwing.
Oh, I would agree. I mean, they get into screwing. I mean, they get into getting screwed. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And oh no, there went another. Oh man.
Oh,
I got him.
Of course we want martial law, you tedious maniac.
Yeah, folks, every once in a while, I just put a little snare out there in the chat. I sit there and say something like, the pillow guy, martial law, and it draws them out of the woodwork like squirrels to acorns, like they're tedious. It's like, bam, get them. It's like, we got another, guys. But man, I'll tell you, folks, over the next 3 years, much like we did in the past, where we weeded out like all of the hardcore lefties, we're gonna be weeding out all the hardcore right-wing people here over the next 3 years, or however much longer there is to this. I'm fairly sure. Yeah. It's like a revolving door. And here's the thing, folks. When a Democrat gets in charge, we're gonna be doing the same thing, but weeding out like the far left people who get angry that we're criticizing their guy. It just keeps going in circles.
Do you know why they call it martial law?
Why did they call it martial law, Matthew?
It's not called martial law because here's like a misconception. People think it's called martial law because they believe that back in the day, the first time they ever enacted martial law, that they had the marshals go around and enforce like the new little loose set of laws. That's not the reason, by the way. It's based on the Latin word martialis, which is relating to Mars, which in Greek mythology is the Roman god of war. So that's what it's all about, and so that's why they call it martial law. It's based on that whole myth.
I actually knew that. I had to go check that. I was like, let me make sure. I actually knew that because, like, I always say on the channel, like dealing with martial affairs, is in like warlike affairs. And so I actually know that. I actually know that because like people who say marshal, it's not even spelled like a federal marshal. It's spelled Martial. So clearly it's got a different origin to it. So actually, man, that was a really good historical fact right there. That was really neat. And so with that,
Yeah, in Greek mythology, the Roman god of war believed that war was a rational decision for maintaining peace. So you can see it's clearly got some roots in U.S. Policy.
Did y'all know, folks, that in the ancient Roman history, Romulus and Remus were born to a woman who, if I remember correctly, she had non-consensual relations with the god of war Mars, and so the kids were born, or something along those lines. It's a really weird story, but they were the ones who founded Rome, and that's the myth, of course. Rome was not founded by Romulus and Remus. But still, it's an interesting story, and according to the Roman history, as they told it in their day, their story came from the god of war, Mars. So a little interesting thing with that. And that's also why Mars, the red planet, is called that, because it looks like blood, kind of, because it has that blood red sort of a soil. So it's, the blood planet. Mars is the god of war. Blood is shed in war. There you have it. That's why Mars is called that. So an interesting little deal of tidbits about how Roman mythology weaves into our modern life. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next super chat goes to Soka, who said, "Comrades, the oil burning is not great, not terrible."
So a HBO miniseries reference. I love it. And a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, "Any update on the oil shortage? I'm arriving late, so apologies if you mentioned it."
Yes, we did have some updates on the oil shortage. Not a whole lot of them, though, tonight. It was just a little update here and there. But basically, the prices are still rising, and China's trying to gain some soft power with some quick statesmanship here in the meantime in Asia. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that is addressed that well. And I also saw some people say, it's a she-wolf. Well, now I have to give the real story because a lot of people are, kind of giving like a detail. So there was a kingdom kind of over to the east up in the mountains that Romulus and Remus were born to the wife of a king, and then the king was assassinated by these usurpers, and they tried to kill everyone who was related to the family line, and the mom I think put the kids in like a basket or something and sent them down the Tiber River, and they ended up washing up somewhere on the banks of the river near to Rome. And then that's when they were raised by the she-wolf, and they became extra swole and really strong. And then they went back and reclaimed their throne, or at least installed their father, who somehow lived through the assassination, although he did die in the story, but apparently he came back and ruled the kingdom. And then they left because they didn't like the whole thing of living in peacetime, and then they went and founded Rome. And that's basically like a nutshell story of the Romulus and Remus thing. And then I think Remus killed Romulus, or one or the other, and then that's how Rome became a thing. But anyways.
Wow. That sounds like some ancient alien shit.
Yeah, basically, the Roman origin story is like nuts. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy, and thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support. We do appreciate that very much as well. In all seriousness, I'm trying to control my laughing there from the whole Greek myth story thing.
Roman.
But thank you very much, Crispy.
Roman. It's not Greek. It's Roman, Matthew. It's Roman.
Oh yeah, Roman. That's right. That's who they were. But thank you very much, Crispy, for that support as well. And we also have here a support from Tusoka, who put in a 5. He said, "At this point, not a whole lot can happen that will surprise me. What's next on the agenda? Confirmation of aliens' existence? Oh, probably."
Oh, bless me. Sorry.
What was that? Oh, that was a sneeze?
Yeah. yeah.
Damn, that's not even wet. I was like, what the hell is that? But bless you. He said, also, is China attacking Taiwan?
Not yet, but aliens probably will eventually be confirmed to exist. We're not sure. We'll have to see. Man, we're falling apart here at the end, man. But a big thanks to you so much for giving support. I hope that is addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146, and thank you very much as well for that $5 support. They said Ukraine needs E30s. And Ukraine has those old BMWs, by the way. They have those. Like, they're actually pretty decently common over there, and which is wild, because over here in America, a historic E30 BMW M3 or any E30 for that matter, highly valuable. They're very expensive to get those these days, and also to find one in good conditions, even more rare. But very cool vehicle. I love them. But yeah, they have them more in abundance over there because they were closer to the area they were produced, so they got more of them. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. They need more E30s, more than they even have right now. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Raven Patah, and thank you very much, Raven, for that 20. They said
Hey!
1984 on both sides of the Atlantic these days.
Yeah, I'd actually say that that's kind of a little accurate, at least as far as like the surveillance states that are being created. Because I love this, folks, how the current president was so against FISA courts until he became the president. So he was against the, some guy swinging the axe, at him and everyone else. But then once he wields the axe, then it's fine to swing it at everyone else. Like, I love that kind of stuff, It's like everybody hates the police state until they get to run the police state. And then it just keeps getting, further built onto. It's really stupid, honestly. And I wish we'd stop that here in this country because it defeats the entire idea of liberty that this nation was founded on and personal freedoms and, a right to not have the government overreaching in everyone's daily lives. But, oh well, I mean, as long as you're swinging the axe, you're pretty comfy, right? But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Adam McLean, and thank you, Adam, as well. He said, let's see here. Sadly, I can't read those right here. I'm not sure what that means, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's not flattering. But we do appreciate the support. And also, we have a 5 from DJW. He said, guys, IMHO, in my humble opinion is what that stands for, by the way. I look at the conflict loosely like BRICS versus the West. Which economic bloc is the blockade affecting the most?
I suppose that's a way to look at it, I suppose. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from DJW. He said OPEC is less useful without the US dollar and oil agreement with the Saudis. It makes most sense, or most makes sense to me, if you consider it's all for US dollar reserve status strength.
Well, not quite from my understanding, because they would all be trading with the US dollar anyways, whether they were in OPEC or not, because that is the strongest reserve currency in the world, and without a doubt, it's nowhere close to even being challenged right now. But I do thank you for support and help this channel to keep it running, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Frosty Rotor X, and he said, I think the LSA would love if you guys elaborate more on the open source post about the Smash fire control system for the M4 that you reposted.
Well, it is a interesting little optic that you can mount onto an M4 that allows for it to make a lock and then use predictive algorithms inside of the site, from what I know, and I might be wrong on some of this information, to be able to give a basically a lead for the rifleman to fire at that will make sure that his rounds land on the mark and hit the drone and shoot it down. That's basically the very elementary rundown, as I understand it, of how that optic works, and I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Sounds like a real life aimbot, actually, is what it sounds like.
Is.
I think once the site realizes that you've locked on to your target, I think it releases the trigger lock, which lets you make the shot. It's a pretty intuitive system, actually. A lot of tech that goes into it. But we also have a 5 from Craig Jones. He said, "Can you explain the U.S. military manta ray system, and can it help open the strait?"
That is a great question, Craig, and sadly, I wouldn't know the exact abilities of the manta ray to be able to talk about that a great deal, so unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that, but I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Butchie777, and thank you, Butchie, as well, for that £5 donation all the way from the UK, and we do appreciate that, of course, very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you greatly, Butchie777, for the support. You're an old guard and a channel legend. We thank you for being here and enjoying the show, still, up until this day. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Zalagar, who said, we are holding till the WPA timeline runs out. Since we are in a ceasefire, we provoke an attack, and then the 60-day timeline would legally be reset. That's actually not the way that would work, actually. The way it works is once the hostilities begin and forces are put into an area, that starts the clock. The clock does not suddenly reset just because the attacks halt or a ceasefire is put into place. The timer is still running. So that's, to my understanding, that's not the way that works. But I've seen a lot of people say what you're saying as well. Technically, I guess it would be a legal issue. They'd have to debate that in court. But to my understanding, it works differently. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's what I would understand as well, because that would be a pretty substantial loophole. Just bomb someone for 60 days straight, stop bombing them for 1 day, and then bomb them for another 60 days after and go, well, technically this is a new war. Like, it's like, I could definitely see a lot of arguments as to how that certainly could not be the case, because that would not be in the spirit of the act that allows for the president to conduct warlike activities for 60 days without congressional approval, because by that logic, that basically allows indefinite military operations for however long the president wants without ever needing congressional approval if that loophole was sound and of good principle and, according to a court, actually legal. It would defeat the entire point of the act. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Raven Patel once again, and he said, "Love you guys and love the hard work." And thank you, by the way. They said, "Only $5 at this time to prove the point. You guys deserve much more in LLT, LSA."
Oh, I thank you for the support. And any amount that folks want to support the channel with is what we deserve. If it's $500, it's $500. If it's $1, it's $1. We're just incredibly appreciative that people enjoy the channel enough to support it. Because once you add up all of the super chats in a night, they equal a living income, like a living wage is what they call it. And we're greatly appreciative of everyone who supports the channel, the big donors and the small ones. They all make a difference. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Diffuse, and thank you, Diffuse, for that $5 support. He said, "You guys go to Utah and check out that Skinwalker Ranch," from Jeff. I've heard about that place out there. That's out there in the Uintas, I believe. And the guy who owns the place, he lives here in Salt Lake City. I think he works for a real estate company, or he might be like possibly like in charge of the real estate company, possibly, I think. But he's a pretty big name around here. Honestly, I've seen the rumors and stuff about that. I just don't really go for all that stuff personally. Respect. It's apparently gotten a lot of attention, but I wouldn't mind going out there and checking it out sometime and seeing what it's all about, personally. But unfortunately, what say you?
The whole idea of the paranormal being confined to the property limits of this one ranch, that's the part that kind of makes me are they domesticated? Do we feed them hay? Is there a petting zoo for the supernatural out there? I don't know. I'm not dissing on the whole thing, but I'm always skeptical of the supernatural and stuff because, just to be completely honest with y'all, I've never really run into anything like that in my life. I've run into things that are creepy, but nothing that's just out of the way supernatural, And I mean, I would be fine with going out there and finding an alien or Sasquatch and feeding it a little hay and giving it a little pat on the head and stuff and being, "Oh, who's a good boy? You're a good boy," I'd be fine with that, but I just don't think the stuff exists really, just to be honest. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cody Geary, and thank you, Cody, for that support. He said, "Would you guys rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?" I mean, me personally, well, I can't say that on YouTube. I don't think they would like it. But, duck, 100 ducks, anyway. Enforcer, what say you?
Well, you didn't really answer the question, Mr. Senator. Could you answer that question?
Can the duck dodge?
I guess.
It depends on how well the duck can dodge, I guess.
Oh, he's slinging lead. Oh, now I get it. Oh, I get it. Well, honestly, I'd rather fight a 100 duck-sized horses because that's a lot more manageable, especially if they're coming one at a time. You can give a good left and a right, and they'll probably be going out to the pasture. So I would rather do that because a horse-sized duck, I just feel like that thing would be way too aggressive, and also it's rather beefy, so it'd be kind of hard to, slug that thing out. So, generally I'd say 100 horse-sized ducks, but that's just me. Some people might think differently on that one, but a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt, who said, "The Ukrainian order of battle always confuses me with so many names and designations. Could you explain how it works, divisions and such, LSA?"
Oh, that's a big rabbit hole. So, basically, it's kind of how a company is organized, like a corporation or like a store chain is organized. So the company is like your brick and mortar store that you go shop at, and then the battalion is like the regional manager that runs several groups of stores, and then you have your division manager who manages all of those regional managers, and then they manage all the stores and so on and so forth. That's basically how the structure works, and that's why you see so many different units, because it's just like that in every military around the world. In the United States, you're going to have the 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Well, actually, you would have 2nd Battalion, 2nd Brigade Combat Team of the 82nd Airborne Division that's a part of the something Corps of this Army. and so on. And it's always like that in basically every military around the world. It's a lot more in depth than that, but that would be my basic rundown explanation of it. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also have a 5 from Game Theory. Let's see. I think this one sadly might be too political. Game Theory.
It is.
Yeah, I would read it off, but sadly it's too political. We can't touch anything on the question or the answer, sadly. But we do appreciate support. We also have a 2 from Shannon Newman, who said LSA.
Hey, an LSA, Shannon, and a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from BLK Avi, who said Enforcer Matt Thomas and Polar Express. I mean, what about him? What about him, my friend? He put a laughy face behind it right there. I mean, Thomas and Polar Express. I guess those are 2 train cartoons. I think he's trying to like set me crazy here with these 2 train cartoons. Oh man, I tell you what, the trains hit different when you're young versus we're getting older. I tell you, the trains hit different. But Enforcer, what say you?
He's a damn liar. They don't. They hit the same. They hit the same if you have the spirit. If you have the spirit of goodwill in you. And I gotta bring it up. You brought up the Polar Express. You gotta bring up the nickel plate Berkshires, and you gotta bring up the Pear Marquette ones as well. That's what that's what the Polar Express in the show is based off of. If I'm not mistaken.
What is that vehicle over there on the right?
Oh, that looks like some sort of a Ford like grain truck of some sort.
Oh, that's something.
That really is something. But here in the foreground, you can see Nickel Plate Road 765. One of my favorites, really. I like the look of this. It's classic American. And I think that's what the Polar Express in that movie is based off of. Thomas the Tank Engine, it's the bomb, but I will have to say I'm not really a big fan. Like, I'm not as big a fan anymore of British trains as I am American ones, so I can't really relate. But when I was a kid, I was huge in Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, that was my thing. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Up next, a big shout out to Sylph, who put in a 2 and said LSA. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. We also have a 2 from Plazoth. And thank you, Plazoth, for throwing in that $2 support as always. And we also have a 1 from Craig Jones. And a huge shout out to Craig as well for that support. We also have a 2 from C146, who said $4.17 a barrel. I'll take 16.6 barrels from 93.
Oh man. 91 to 93 is unaffordable these days. My car personally takes 93. And it's brutal. Like, it costs like $80 at the pump right now to fill it up, and I cry every time.
That means you have a high compression motor.
Like, it's hell on earth to refuel it. I gotta tell y'all, folks, if I had had a choice in my car, I would have never gotten one that required a high-end fuel. I would have gotten one that ran on like 87 or something, because that the cost to refuel, even before the price rise, it was insane. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar, who said if you had to be stuck in one of these backwards countries, that's in his words, by the way, which would you choose and why? Would you get stuck in Gaza, Turkmenistan, South Sudan, Eritrea?
You know, he's not wrong. They're all backwards. Like, there's no opinion there. They're all
kind
backwards.
Of war-torn, kind of a little bit sketchy. Yeah.
Jeez, I mean, oh, that's a tough one, man. You've really gotten, like, you stacked the odds
Burma.
for. Well, you got to pick from his. Like, you couldn't go to Burma. I would honestly pick Turkmenistan, maybe, because at least it's not war-torn like the others. You could still disappear and get executed by the government, but at least you wouldn't be in the middle of an active war zone for decades on end like all of the other countries. So, Matthew, what would you pick out of those?
I'd probably go to Burma, but he didn't say Burma. So let's see here. I just like Burma. You know, I remember when Burma used to be known as whatchamacallit.
Actually, it's called Myanmar now. It used to be called Burma.
Oh, yeah. I remember when it used to be called Myanmar. It used to be called Burma, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
Oh,
yeah,
Jack!
I remember.
Used to Myanmar, formerly Burma. Pause. I'm wrong.
I remember when Russia used to be called China. Like, you know, crazy stuff. But out of all those places you mentioned there, I would probably say I'd probably say Turkmenistan. That's probably where I'd pick. Out of the whole bunch, I'd probably pick Turkmenistan. Out of all of them, I'd probably say Gaza would be the last place I'd want to be because the Israelis are tearing the hell out of that place. South Sudan's a little bit of a free-for-all. And Eritrea, I don't even really know that much about Eritrea, but it sounds deadly.
War-torn
So I'll pick
hellhole.
Turkmenistan. Yeah, I would imagine so. Oh, it's right next to Djibouti. So yeah, it's got to be a little bit rough. But yeah, I would say Turkmenistan.
Let me see here. You can see it's so war torn they don't even have modern pictures of the place, man. Like it's this place Eritrea is pretty rough. Actually, if you didn't know this, Matthew, this is crazy. Eritrea ranks the lowest in the world in journalistic freedoms, even lower than North Korea.
How's that even possible? Because I mean, in North Korea they'll execute you for saying the wrong thing. So what are they doing in Eritrea?
I think they literally banned the press. So even if you're in the press, I think that's like an executable offense or something, if I remember right. Like they have some insanely draconian laws in Eritrea. Like it's literally living like, and also it's very decentralized government. Like it's basically like the rule of warlords there. So it is a hellhole altogether, basically.
You know, which country is that goofball from that I keep seeing all these pictures of? He's like the warlord in Africa or something like that. He's wearing the little beret everywhere he goes and stuff. You know what I'm talking
Oh,
about?
Burkina
He looks like they
Faso.
like yeah, that dude right there. He's like that dude is. I don't know much about like all the stuff. I mean, it seems like every single country's got like a military dictatorship going on inside of Africa. But the dude in there, he's all over the place. Like, yeah, this dude right here, he literally is everywhere. Like, you can't go on Twitter without seeing a picture of this guy in your feed every single time. This dude right here apparently knows how to get his way around social media, because he's everywhere.
Man, he's basically just like the Bukele of Africa. Like he's just like it's all over social media. Honestly, folks, just because someone's on social media and they're the leader of the country, don't listen to the hype. Like it's basically hype. Like, it's like this guy in Burkina Faso, y'all know who he is? He's a Russian-aligned dictator of the country. Not anyone you want to look up to. That tells you everything you need to know. It's like, who's some people running El Salvador right now? Well, they have a massive prison that they put people in with hardly any due process, and then some of them end up disappearing. There's like a shed out there right now on satellite images that look like it's flowing with blood. It's like, is that really someone that you ought to be idolizing and saying we want a leader in a country like that? It's like, not really, because if I'm going to get executed by the government, I'd at least want some due process put into that, or, getting put in prison for life. I kind of want some due process behind that,
Man, North Korea's got due process, but you don't stand a chance.
Man, they got that due process of confess. No, pulls his fingernails out. I confess. Like,
Don't worry, comrade. In North Korea, we'll give you all the process to being found guilty.
Man, it's kind of like, honestly though, man, like I'm gonna have a hot take here. North Korea is the same way in that regard as Japan is, basically, because Japan's entire legal system, Japan's entire legal system is if you're arrested, you're guilty. Like that's how their whole entire legal system is set up in Japan, because technically you're innocent until proven guilty, but the police can hold you indefinitely if they believe you are guilty of something until you confess that you are guilty to what they believe you did. Like if you didn't know that, that's why Japan has something like a 99.5 or 7% conviction rate on anyone that's arrested, is because the system is basically rigged to where if you are arrested, you are guilty basically by default, and there's really no way to get out of that.
I mean, they're probably right though. They probably are guilty.
Well, I mean, but it's like, what about the innocent people? Like, it's like, what about the innocent people who are arrested, and they're just basically guilty? Because if you really didn't do something in Japan, like, this is how it would work, folks. If you didn't do something, they bring you into the interrogation room. We know you did this crime. You're guilty. Are you guilty? No, I'm not guilty. Okay, send him back to his cell. We'll ask him about this again in 15 days. And they can do that indefinitely until you confess to the crime that they say that you did. Like, that's where the whole system is broken, is that right there. If you actually go to a trial, you can try and get a trial, but you still have to go through that first process to even get to a trial, which means you're basically forced into admitting guilt, even if you're not guilty. So a pretty crazy sort of reality there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, let's see here. Also, by the way, Japan has one of the lowest crime rates in the world, making it exceptionally safe. Street crime is rare. It is not non-existent, but there is occasionally some white collar crime that occurs, like a bicycle theft or a pickpocket or something like that. But violent crime is rare. The homicide rate is roughly 0.3 per 100, which is apparently extremely low. And that does sound rather low, I will say, because I think, where we came from, I think it was like in the single digits possibly, which is monumentally higher than Japan. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Jonathan Scheitland. And thank you very much, Jonathan, for that 10. And we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for that support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, isn't that the same as the DOJ 99% conviction rate? Everyone pleads guilty. Not in America.
No, not in the United States. Not everyone pleads guilty in the United States. I believe you're talking about cases that are brought by the FBI, but usually the FBI only pursues cases once they have enough evidence to say this is a open and shut thing, and then they go after someone. But that's why conviction rates can be high in the United States in some certain bureaus in cases that they pursue. But it's not because they're forcing you to confess. It's sometimes because they built up such a good case before they even go out and try and get an arrest warrant on you that you're basically guilty because they know it without a shadow of a doubt just by the evidence alone. And if they don't have that kind of evidence, they usually don't pursue because it would be a waste of time and resources for that specific bureau. But anyways, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you.
Also, I pulled it up. Apparently, it is 90%. It's not 99%, but it's 90%. So he's pretty much on the money with that. I didn't actually know that, with the federal prosecution rate being that high. But yeah, it apparently is that high.
Yeah, but like the thing with that though is that it's not like they're forcing you to confess or something. Usually the conviction rate's really high because the FBI will be like, hey, there's some guy who's kind of suspicious here. And then if they do an internal, like if they do their investigation internally within the bureau, and then they're like, it's kind of suspicious, but we just don't have enough to make a sure shot case of this. They don't really go much further than that. But if they think that they have a sure shot case, they will build up all the evidence they can to where it's basically impossible at that point, even if you try and get to a jury trial. And even if you do get to a jury trial, the evidence is so clear and obvious, you already know you're guilty. The jury will know you're guilty. You're basically guilty at that point. That's why the conviction rate's so high there.
Yeah, probably so.
But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said only 91 octane in California.
That's what we have in Utah here as well. Down in Alabama, we used to have 90. Well, we have 93. And up here in Utah, the highest, I believe, is 91. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, with the upcoming 250th anniversary of one of the greatest political experiments in history, it seems poignant that we reflect on our history in LSA.
And I would certainly agree, Andrew Honeycutt. I would certainly agree with that without a doubt. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a 3 from Avis Delaforce. And thank you very much for that support as well, by the way. We also have a 2 from LSA Dragon, who said the mighty LSA is undefeated.
Hey, we are undefeated. Undefeated on every field. And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Putin's dog, who said, Daddy Vladdy been cooking up cat food lately.
Oily cat food. Oh, heavens.
Oh.
Man, they cooking up. When did you get that? Is that baby oil? But big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for that support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get on into the 3 live chat questions of the night. Sadly, we were so over time, we'll only be able to get 3, and we'll also be getting the Morse code decoders of the night as well. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the Morse code decoders, we had everybody. We had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Coverteric, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse said, Russia is beginning to walk the fine line of a war with NATO. We must be ready when it comes. LLT LOC.
And it... That's the sound of money. Y'all got the dead on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all greatly for getting that correct time and time again. Y'all are always getting that dead on the nail, and we're always amazed at that. And so a huge congratulations to Leaf Spring Army Signal Corps once again. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to AF Kaplan. He said, after the Russian ambassador threatened Romania, do you think that NATO will finally take a stronger stance with Russian drones invading its airspace?
Unfortunately, I don't think so, because generally, unfortunately, Western leadership by and large is fairly weak, sadly. So I would say probably not. I wish that would change, however. But with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
We also have a question from Crazy Eggman, who said, will the United States really sign a deal and leave nuclear for later? And I hope not, because if we do that, people should never let the government live that down if they do something like that, because we've lost soldiers in this war already. We've also lost a whole bunch of equipment. The entire region has been torn up. And for us to simply sign a deal and then capitulate to the terrorist regime of Iran, that would be a failure, probably larger, in my opinion, than the Afghanistan withdrawal that the last president was presiding over. That would be monumentally worse than even the Afghanistan situation. So if they do that, I mean, they shouldn't have started the war in the first place if they end up doing something like that, because we literally will have come out of the situation worse than we started, to say the least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with that. We should not be trying to make any sort of concessions or capitulations to a terrorist state. That would be absolutely unacceptable and detrimental to U.S. national security interests and detrimental to U.S. foreign policy interests as well. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Volana, who said, what do you think are the chances that the Ukrainians will actually take over Russian native land?
Highly unlikely. I don't think the Ukrainians will also want to do that either, as that could start to be argued as an existential threat to the Russian state. And outside of Ukraine doing that in some limited areas on the border, I don't really think that would bode too well for them in the long run. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big shout out to David Ford, who put in a 2. And I do thank you for the support, but sadly we cannot address that topic because YouTube doesn't like those topics a whole lot. And also there was some guy back in the day who went to this forest in Japan and he said, I see someone, and then it kind of like made that whole topic really touchy on YouTube. So we can't really cover that one much at all. But I do thank you so much for the support though, and help with this channel to keep it rolling. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching. We are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that 120,000 people have been here over the course of the stream. 4 hours of news and questions. And we've also had a peak viewership of 19,000 people here tonight. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, and I'm Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow, of course, at 10 p.m. Eastern on our next Nightly War News stream. And if there is enough news to cover midday, I'll be putting out a short war video tomorrow to cover that news in the middle of the day. But in the meantime, though, a big shout out to the 120,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream tonight. And we hope to see you all tomorrow once again. But with that, of course, Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.